Good morning. I am Ward 4 Councilmember Janeese George, Chair of the Committee on Facilities. It is 9:48 a.m. on Thursday, May 7th, and we are holding this budget oversight hearing for the Department of General Services and the Department of Parks and Recreation via hybrid format with government witnesses testifying here in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and council members joining via Zoom and in person. This hearing is for the government witnesses only, as public witnesses for DGS and DPR testified on April 27th, and witnesses have continued to upload their testimony to the hearing management system. This hearing is being broadcast on the council website as well as JaneeseWard4.com/live. All testimony and pre-hearing documents that have been submitted are available now on the council's hearing management system. As a reminder for public witnesses watching, the deadline to submit written testimony for the record for DGS and DPR is Monday, May 11th. Written testimony can be submitted either by uploading the testimony to the council's hearing management system or emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. The work of the Department of General Services and the Department of Parks and Recreation is one that touches every resident, employee, and visitor in the District of Columbia. The mayor's fiscal year 27 budget reduces resources for both agencies. At the same time, their portfolios are growing and costs are rising. That is the central issue we have to work through today. I want to acknowledge the people who do the daily work at DGS and DPR. They maintain more than 840 municipal properties, 80 recreation centers, 36 pools and aquatic centers, and 244 park sites. They served 2.24 million visitors to recreation centers in fiscal year 25 alone. None of what follows takes that work for granted. I also want to public recognize DGS and DPR did not want to make these cuts, but they were required to make these cuts. And so we're going to discuss priorities, impacts, and potential areas of restoration by the council as the agencies see necessary. For DGS, I just want to know what these numbers mean in practice, how many fewer work orders, how many fewer cleanings, what locations lose security coverage, and how the agency plans to monitor whether these cuts shorten the useful life of our buildings and equipment. I also want answers on where the district is leaving money on the table. One out of the $60 million in federal matching grants for energy work, the district has spent $3 million because we have not put up the local match. We're going to determine if this gap is a policy choice. For DPR, I want clear answers on which programs end, which sites lose hours, and which positions are eliminated, and how DPR plans to absorb the new programming requirements without pulling funds from existing youth services. After this hearing, I hope the public and my colleagues will have a clear understanding of what these budgets fund, what they no longer fund, and what the agencies need to actually meet their obligations to district residents and the demands of so many as well. And so we must not let budget cut costs even more in the years to come. And so hopefully we will be able to work through how we can not only meet the obligations of district residents, employees, and visitors, but the real goals of the agencies and what they want to do to make our district better. And so with that, we will start with the budget oversight hearing for the Department of General Services. Joining us from DGS is the Director, Delano Hunter, who's the Director of Department of General Services, Osei Headley, who is our Deputy Director of Construction Services Division, and Jen Croft, who is Associate Director of the Sustainability and Energy Division. If you all would please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all so much. Director Hunter, you may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Councilmember Lewis George and committee members. My name is Delano Hunter, and I'm proud to serve as the Director of the DC Department of General Services. First, I want to acknowledge the dedicated public servants that I am proud to call my colleagues at DGS, and I want to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser, our City Administrator Kevin Donahue, and the Assistant City Administrator Dr. Christopher Rodriguez for support of the agency's mission. Today, I'm joined by Osei Headley, Deputy Director of Capital Construction, and Jen Croft, our Associate Director of the Sustainability and Energy Management Division. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY27 budget entitled Grow DC was formulated with three key considerations in mind: how to drive growth in our economy, to fund the services and programs that residents count on, how to keep families in DC and attract new residents, and how to create a business environment that draws new investments and creates new jobs. We're navigating a pivotal moment that demands a more deliberate approach to growth. The federal dollars that once expanded our programs in unprecedented ways have been exhausted, and the federal workforce reductions have introduced new pressures on our economy and commercial corridors. That being said, it is important to be clear. Revenues have slowed, but the city maintains a strong financial foundation on which we can build by making the kinds of strategic and targeted investments that will allow DC to continue to grow while delivering the high-quality services our residents depend on. And DGS, of course, plays a critical role in managing our finances through strategic investments and safeguards that protect our inventory. My testimony today will focus on three areas and is accompanied by a very short PowerPoint presentation. First, I will outline the FY26 operating budget and how funds are allocated across our divisions. Second, I will explain how the mayor's proposed FY27 budget builds on the strong results achieved in FY26. And finally, I will highlight our strategic stewardship of taxpayer resources and the outcomes we are delivering in energy management, leasing, and security, as well as critical investments we are making in capital fleet purchases, small capital projects, and preventative maintenance. All right, first I'd like to begin with an overview of the FY26 DGS operating budget. The DGS budget supports the operations of nearly every agency in district government. If we think of the agency's FY26 operating budget as a single dollar, the largest portion, 36 cents, supports lease and rental payments. These funds cover leases for district facilities used by multiple agencies, and our presence in these buildings is a stabilizing factor for the community and often serves as an economic catalyst for private sector development. The Facility Management Division, or FMD, accounts for 20 cents of every DGS operating dollar in FY26. These funds support the maintenance of more than 850 municipal properties and cover essential services such as landscaping, janitorial, playground and equipment repairs and replacements, emergency repairs, elevator upkeep, and much more. Utilities comprise another 20 cents of our operating dollar. DGS manages electricity, water, waste, natural gas, and steam costs for many district agencies. Personnel services account for 16 cents of our operating budget and support the staff who carry out these essential services. The Protective Services Division, or PSD, accounts for 7 cents of our operating dollar. And this division, as you know, provides security at district facilities and oversee a 24/7 command center across our portfolio. Finally, our DGS administrative budget represents a penny of our operating budget. DGS is a lean agency that delivers results. All right, section one. Now I'd like to pivot to our FY27 operating budget and what is proposed. In the mayor's budget, the operating budget, rent still comprises 36 cents of the operating dollar at 174 million, with utilities accounting for 28 cents. The utilities budget increased from 92 million to 139 million due to the following factors: funding allocated from a special purpose fund created by Council for Utilities, and a transfer of funding to DGS, which reflects the new role we have in paying district utilities on behalf of many agencies, including DC Public Schools. Personnel, which is at 16 cents of our proposed operating dollar, increased by 5.5 million to more accurately reflect actual overtime spending by DGS considering historic trends. FMD represents 14 cents of the proposed operating budget for FY27. This reflects reductions in janitorial, mowing, and other areas, including HVAC, ITM. We are committed to working with our client agencies to mitigate the impact of these cuts. Finally, PSD represents 5 cents of the proposed operating budget, which is less than FY26 due to cost savings and reductions. Section 2, DGS is strategic stewardship. We embrace our role as a steward of taxpayer resources through proactive and strategic management. By making targeted investments, we reduce utility consumption, generated lease savings, strengthened security operations, and supported capital improvements through savings and cost avoidance. First, I'd like to touch on utility use. DGS's Sustainability and Energy Management Division tracks energy and utility across the DGS portfolio. S&E supports efforts across the agency to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and help offset utility costs. The following are just a few examples of this work. Early results from BEPS Cycle 1 are promising and contributed significantly to cost avoidance. To highlight one example, DCPS energy use decreased by 9% from 2019 to 2025, despite growth in square footage for modernized schools. DGS installs solar panels wherever technically and financially feasible. Our two most recent solar contracts will provide no-cost electricity for 20 years and are projected to save the district $35 million over their full terms. DGS is advancing the district's first energy savings performance contract, now in final planning. The first bundle will deliver 70 to 80 million in energy and water efficiency, electrification, and clean water improvements across more than 40 buildings. DGS's block and index electricity procurement strategy continues to hedge against market volatility. Without the strategic work of S&E and our Chief Administrative Office and a team, the district will face significantly high utility costs due to rising rates. While increases in energy costs are putting unwelcome pressure on the district's utility budget, we recognize that without our previous ongoing efforts to reduce our energy footprint and improve our purchasing strategy, we would be in significantly worse position. Lease savings. Since 2020, DGS has generated $30 million in lease savings. The district's strategically leased government office space in targeted neighborhoods helped to stimulate economic activity. Historically, the Reeves Center catalyzed revitalizations at 14th and U Street and Ward 1, and more recently, the Department of Employment Services and DGS's headquarters in Ward 7 has supported economic growth, while the new headquarters for DC Health and DHCD have contributed to development in Ward 8 and historic Anacostia. Our portfolio division achieves lease savings by negotiating rental rates below prevailing market costs for large-scale office leases. On average, we pay approximately $52.50 per square foot for its full-service office leases versus the DC market average for office space of $64.50 per square foot. These savings expand agency purchasing power while supporting economic development across the district. Furthermore, we are exploring ways to ensure that independent agencies who are not under the mayor's personnel authority are good stewards of taxpayer funds to come into the office rather than excessively working from home. DGS pays tens of millions of dollars in leasing costs for agencies like OCFO and OAG. And if the employees do not come into the office, it is prudent and sound financial management to consolidate office footprints for such agencies to save the district money. Last year, I outlined our plan to reduce the Protective Services Division budget by converting a portion of contract security officers into 23 full-time in-house positions. 12 officers are currently completing their required 90-day training and will report for duty this summer. 7 more in the final stages of hiring and will begin training soon. An additional 4 officers are expected to join late summer, early fall. These officers will staff the John A. Wilson Building and the Marion S. Berry Jr. Building. We also achieve additional FY27 savings by working with agencies to identify locations where security coverage could be safely reduced. Further, once all in-house officers are on board, the transition from contract security is expected to generate approximately $1.85 million in annual savings based on current contract cost of $4.15 million compared to in-house staffing costs of $2.3 million. Section 3, for my third and final section, I'll provide an overview of critical investments proposed in the mayor's FY27 budget that are vital to operations. Capital investment in fleet. Amongst district agencies, DGS must work with an aging fleet. The This has negatively impacted our operations. In some cases, staff response to work orders is delayed simply because they must wait for a vehicle to return to the warehouse. While the fleet budget has been reduced to meet other pressing needs, the operational demand for vehicles has not diminished. To bridge this gap, DGS relied on operating funds to rent or lease vehicles long-term when capital dollars were unavailable. For instance, in FY25, we spent $757,000 on rentals and leases, in addition to approximately $1.3 million to keep its aging fleet operational. So far in FY26, lease and rental costs have risen to $858,000, with another $518,000 spent on maintenance. This approach is not sustainable, especially as operating dollars, particularly within FMD, continue to decline. To address this, we are proposing investing $1.2 million in capital funds beginning in FY27 to purchase 30 vehicles to replace the oldest units in FMD's fleet. We are also in the process of using our remaining allocated dollars to acquire 8 additional vehicles and essential equipment needed to support operations. Small capital investments. The mayor's proposed budget includes $74 million in investment for DPR and DCPS infrastructure. This year's project ranged from HVAC upgrades, ADA compliance, roofs, elevators, and athletic fields and playground equipment, to name a few. I want to highlight some projects that are underway or have been completed this year, such as the H.C. Woodson High School athletic field upgrade in Ward 7 and the HVAC upgrade for Tacoma Community Center in Ward 4. This summer, we'll complete park improvements at the Marvin Gaye Park in Ward 7 to include an improved playground, splash pad, basketball court, and shade structures. In FY27, we added projects such as the HVAC replacement at School Without Walls in Ward 2 and an elevator replacement at Souza Middle School in Ward 7 and a roof replacement at the North Michigan Park Recreation Center. We know that targeted small capital investments extend the lives of schools, parks, and other government facilities by addressing issues before they escalate into full capital needs and help make the environment more comfortable until there is a modernization. All right, now I want to talk about preventative maintenance. We're in our 5th year of implementing the HVAC Integrated Testing and Maintenance Program, Inspection Testing and Maintenance Program, rather, or ITM. In FY25, our sustainability and energy management team, working closely with our boiler plant operator staff and HVAC technicians, completed annual inspections and maintenance on heating and cooling systems. This proactive work led to fewer system failures and 0 school closures due to HVAC issues, despite the extreme weather faced on Snow Creek earlier this year. We expand HVAC preventative maintenance because we have consistently seen fewer disruptions and unexpected breakdowns. Thus far in FY26, more than 25,000 preventative maintenance tasks have been performed on heating and cooling equipment. While preventative maintenance efforts will not be as robust in FY27 due to budget constraints, we remain committed to maximizing resources available to preserve some of the gains achieved in previous years. In conclusion, I want to thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, and your team for your continued partnership. With your collaboration, we have strengthened services, advanced capital projects, and expanded sustainable operations across the district. I also want to extend my sincere appreciation to Mayor Bowser and her leadership and commitment over Grow DC and our FY27 budget. And just want to take a personal moment just to thank Mayor Bowser for her trust in me in particular as a native Washingtonian and a product of our institutions. It's been a great professional honor to serve her over the last 12 years. And I really appreciate her both personally and professionally for her support and what it's meant for me, my family, and my community. With that being said, thank you, and I'll answer your questions.
Thank you so much. We're going to start with contracting and procurement. Contracting and procurement services looks like it's up 8.5% from fiscal year 26 and 28% since fiscal year 25. Given that some services are being cut, I imagine this increase is largely due to even greater increases in cost. What are the services, or what services do we contract out that are seeing the largest increase in cost? And is that the reason why we're seeing an increase in cost?
Well, I think you're referring to reductions in the root cause of those sort of reductions. Is that your question? If I'm understanding it?
It looks, so it looks like under contract and procurement services, we're up about 8.5%, which is 28% more. So what is that increase attributed to? I think I was assuming it was attributed to, I guess, just greater increases in cost of doing things. But what's that percentage attributed to?
Right. So maybe I can speak more broadly. While you may notice an overall increase in DGS's operating budget, it's because certain expenses are now funded through DGS. In my testimony, I talked about the electricity costs and how the special purpose account created by council, formerly the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, now that money is baked into DGS's budget. In addition, we have allocations from DCPS as well. Overall, as it relates to core maintenance and contractual services, we've actually seen a decrease. In FY 26, we are funded at about 91 million across FMD. And we're seeing potential reductions to 67 million across facilities maintenance. And those costs are more broadly HVAC ITM being the largest reduction, but also janitorial, landscaping, mowing, and several other environmental services, and also security.
Okay. So are we seeing any increases in services that we contract out? And if so, in what areas?
Not in the proposed budget. I don't anticipate any planned increases in any services.
Okay. And outside of PSD, are there any other areas DGS is looking to bring in-house?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Outside of PSD, are there any other areas DGS is looking to bring in-house?
PSD is the largest, I guess the best example. I would also add that there may be some opportunities we'd have to look at how can we accomplish more in-house. Fortunately, in this budget cycle, our FTEs have been preserved. So we look to aggressively hire our skilled trade professions to be able to accomplish as much as possible as we could in-house.
Okay. I want to talk about, as we talk about contracts, I want to talk about warranties. We've been working for almost 4 years on strengthening the terms, monitoring, and enforcement of our warranties for equipment, systems, and buildings. What in this budget specifically do we have for ensuring we are not paying contractors for work they did not do or did not do well, or make them pay when things stop working before they should?
Mm-hmm. We have what I would describe as robust enforcement of our contract provisions. As I indicated a few months ago in our performance oversight hearing, we continue to issue more cure notices, more terminations than previous years in an effort to hold contractors accountable. But by and large, we have quality contractors, but when it is warranted, we will not hesitate to hold them accountable. Also, we've been proactive. We have expanded our QA/QC program beyond DCPS now to DPR facilities, and most notably the Fort Davis Recreation Center and Jelliff Recreation Centers have robust QA/QC that will catch issues ahead of time. Also, additionally, we have not hesitated beyond just FMD, even in contract protective services division, to terminate our contracts when it's not working out in the district or agency's best interest.
Did we have any settlements that resulted in return around warranties?
Well, in terms of settlements, we still continue to more closely track warranty repairs now through Salesforce. That is something I'm really proud of, and that'll continue beyond just the DCPS portfolio. And we have went just beyond projects that are under warranty. Repairs were recently, last fiscal year, beginning of this fiscal year, made at McFarland Middle School. We noticed a latent defect, a design flaw, and that project had been delivered 4 or 5 years ago. The contractor came back out and made it right. Also, there was another latent defect that we noticed at the Sobering Center, DBH's Sobering Center on K Street Northwest, with some waterproofing issues. That contractor came back out and made it right at no expense to the district. So if you're going to continue to do business with DGS in the district, you've got to do good work. even if it extends beyond your warranty, if we found that there was some design flaw, we will hold you accountable and you will come back out and remedy it at no cost to the district taxpayers.
Thank you so much for that work. I want to turn to Facilities Management Division. I think this is where I have my most concern. In fiscal year 24, we spent $166 million on facilities operations. The budget for next year is $114 million, 31.6 reduction across the board. So next year, when I look at the budget books, we're looking at 9.5 million reduction for DCPS, which is a 17% reduction from fiscal year 26 and a 40% reduction from 2 years ago. 8.9 million reduction for the government operations cluster, which is municipal buildings like the Wilson Building and agency offices. And this is a 36% reduction from fiscal year 26 and 60% from 2 years ago. It looks like 1 million or 5% reduction to public safety and justice, 2,000 small increase to janitorial services, 160,000 modest increase to parks and recreations, and 177,000 or 2.6 increase to human support services. I know these reductions are not good, and I know you all know that. What I want to understand and the public to understand is tangibly, what does these reductions mean, and what is DGS doing to plan for having fewer resources with higher costs and a larger portfolio?
You know, it is something, quite frankly, that concerns me, and but also I have to temper my concerns with the economic reality we face as a district. And I recognize that there are many priorities, from education to public safety to mental health to housing and other supports, nutritional needs for families across the district. So I recognize that when we talk about the DGS budget, you can't talk about it in a vacuum. So I temper my concern with the reality of the economic headwinds that we face. What I'll say is that, we'll see how the budget process plays out. And we've begun to engage agencies already, potentially, about what our strategy is for next fiscal year. And the goal is to minimize the impact of those cuts. Like I'll give you an example with mowing. What we're considering is, we're accustomed to a full set of mowing services from April through November. We will reduce the frequency of mowing maybe in the early months, like March and April, right? And also in the latter months, October and November, to be able to preserve mowing during the high growth periods in DC, which is really late April through early August, right? So that would be an example of how we would blunt the impact of those 1.3 million reductions. In other areas like security, what we've done, we've worked with agencies. How do we prioritize armed officers when necessary to protect employees? And we have some what we call vulnerable and high threat sites where we've had incidents of violence or gunplay. So the goal would be to preserve armed access there. In other areas where we're just protecting property, maybe we would look at unarmed SPOs or maybe security officers to be able to minimize costs. So that's just an example. What we'll do once the budget is finalized, we'll start our spend plan more formally, and we will only budget services based upon what we believe to be available in FY26. Agencies will have an opportunity sometimes to close that gap through interdistrict funding. They may say, hey, I can't match this dollar for dollar, but we'll MOU funds or we'll transfer funds to be able to preserve a portion of this. So this is what we prioritize. So we'll work with agencies on a case-by-case basis. We'll develop a spend plan, and then there may be opportunities for adjustments, not just through this budget cycle, but maybe in a new fiscal year through reprogramming.
There are no changes to the FTE counts in each cluster. Can you confirm that that means our FMD employees, which in total has about 390 FTEs, are staying put? And that these reductions are all MPS money for contracts, work orders, and school readiness?
That is true. That is true. And actually, there's an unintended benefit to the increase in overtime, right? Historically, for overtime, in order to fund overtime, you had to keep positions vacant, right, to achieve vacancy savings, to fund overtime. And for agencies like DGS, emergencies 24/7, 365, it's unavoidable. And I'm proud that we've been able to reduce overtime. We averaged just after COVID close to 8.5 million, and we've been able to reduce that to 5.5 million. And it's been a team effort, and I'm really proud of that. But the unintended benefit of this is that we won't have to hold as many positions vacant. So actually, we're working closely with our AFO to be able to develop a hiring plan for next year that will allow us, again, because we don't have to artificially hold these positions vacant, to hire against those vacancies. And I think that'll make a big difference. And I will prioritize frontline wrench turners, mop wielders, folks that have an impact on keeping our facilities clean and accessible and within FMD.
Understood. We need to just take a quick break for a technical issue to fix. So if we could just take a quick 3-minute break, that'd be
Thank you.
great.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hello? Is that good? Is that good enough for you? Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director. My apologies. I want to talk about continue under Facilities Management Division. Okay. Does DGS have an estimate on how many fewer work orders you will be able to do in fiscal year 27 compared to fiscal year 26?
We don't. As we've discussed, typically work orders are unfunded, right? There is not a line item for work orders, and we typically tackle work orders with what remains, right? So there will be less remaining. These cuts contemplate really cuts to what we call routine services. There will be a ripple effect on work orders because with ITM, a portion of that is addressing work orders through the repair and replacement line items. So it's hard to give an exact number, but the cuts right now are planned through straight traditional, what I call routine services.
Okay. And will there be an analysis for each cluster?
There will be. What we would do when we say analysis, we would work with agencies on developing, as we develop our spend plans, like strategies. So again, I gave the example of mowing. The same for janitorial, where we discuss sites that may be accustomed to 6-day-a-week service, may have 5-day-a-week service. Those that are serviced maybe 3 times a week, maybe 1 time a week. Those that may have 12 hours of service, maybe reduced to 8 hours of service. So we'd work hand in hand with agencies to, again, try to blunt the impact of those cuts.
Wrapping up facilities operations, how did DGS determine how much each cluster, how are you all going to determine how much each cluster should get?
What we typically do, in our budget book, you'll see appropriations like by agency, right? You'll see from DCPS, and what we do is this DCPS, DPR, DHS. And what we do is we repurpose those funds into like a spend plan, right? Like I'll give an example, like we won't procure mowing separately for public schools. There's one mowing contract or a mowing contract that services all 8 wards, then they're grouped by cluster. So we'll take the DPR allocation. Let's say hypothetically, if it was for every dollar spent, DCPS was 50 cents of that dollar on mowing and DPR was 25 cents, and the other agencies comprise MPD FEMS, the remaining 25 cents. We pool those funds together for economy of scales. We seek vendors and issue contracts, right? And they're clustered in that approach. So what we would do in this instance, we would look at what is available, take that same approach, and we would look to limit those reductions to where because it's not equal. Like I'll give you an example. For the janitorial cuts are more so geared towards government operations centers. Mowing is across across the inventory as a whole. So we would look to spend whatever is funded in alignment with how it is budgeted in our budget book as much as possible.
Got you. I want to talk about preventative maintenance or integrated testing maintenance. After years of significant investment and progress, I understand there are now cuts to the HVAC ITM program. There is 10.95 million reduction to the public education cluster and then 760,000 reduction for the public safety cluster. How will these reductions affect preventative maintenance? In other words, what will still be able to be done and what won't be able to be done anymore?
What we will look to do, again, is to, if you think about the program, preventative maintenance is ITM, right? Inspection, testing, and maintenance, routine inspections of our systems, testing of the systems and how they operate, replacement of belts. And then there's a maintenance portion, right? At the very basics, it's just like changing filters, but it's more than that, right? Also repairs when they're necessary, sometimes small repairs that are less than $1,000, and then sometimes larger repairs that are, six figures. So what we will look to do essentially, ITM would be reduced to essentially no I, no T, but the M. And of the M, very small scale repairs and likely filter changes. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, that was very detailed. Thanks. I would just add, just to give some sort of more flavor on ITM, in addition to, it's not just filter changes quarterly, it's cleaning coils, it's inspecting exhaust fans, it's tightening electrical connections, lubricating, moving component parts, and it's full performance testing. So when you think about an HVAC system, it's not just the filter, it's all the other parts that go along with it and that need to be inspected and cleaned and maintained as well. So I'd say to the director's comments, we typically do quarterly filter changes, and some of that's changing filters, but also some filters you have to take out and manually clean, and there are man hours associated with that. We'd probably be going from a quarterly filter change to probably twice a year.
Got you. And again, I know DGS does not want to be in this position, but I want to make sure the agency, council, and the public are on the same page about what these changes means. So can we expect more HVAC problems that are going to require more work orders or small capital projects to respond to more frequent and more severe issues?
I think that's fair to say. There are several small capital HVAC projects that are underway for our chronic sites, such as next year, School Without Walls.
Yeah, that was
that's
next.
funded. So that will help, right? But ideally, we want to keep systems that we're replacing in good working order. So you don't see issues. PM could be the difference. Like when we replace that HVAC unit at School Without Walls of Patterson, it can be the difference between, seeing failure 3 or 4 years later, or maybe 5 to 7 years later, right? Because preventative maintenance does extend the useful life cycle of those products, those materials.
Yeah. The HVAC system at School Without Walls. I know you all heard the testimony. I think it was 3 students or 4 students who testified. I know you all were listening in. They cited the conditions as issues and barriers to learning. How will DGS respond to increasing complaints from the students and educators about the classrooms, climate impacting students' success, especially given the cuts to the public education cluster?
So my understanding is a School Without Walls HVAC system replacement has been funded in the FY27 budget. So it was prioritized by DCPS, and so that HVAC system should be replaced.
Okay. Is there a timeline that we could say to the students?
I would need to check with our small caps team, but I would just say design would start in FY 27. These are typically 2-year programs where, you know, the process takes 2 summers. But again, we can get back to you on that.
Okay. And beyond the HVAC system, we also heard from the School Without Walls students about mold and gas leaks. Did you all have a chance to also look into the issues that they raised around mold and gas leaks?
We did. We don't have any open work orders for mold or active gas leaks. We think that may possibly have been dated information, but we're happy to, go back out and take another look, but we don't have any active work orders for mold.
Okay. The HVAC system at Whittier has been a consistent issue over the last year, and we received testimony from students about the impacts that this had on their education. Is there an update that we can provide for the students, parents, and educators that they can expect regarding Whittier's HVAC system to be fixed?
Well, as you know, Whittier transitions to their modular cottage across the street this summer. So we're T-minus 5 weeks remaining in the school. So we'll continue to honestly Band-Aid the system as much as we can until we can get to the finish line in June.
Understood. How is DGS going to be monitoring the effect of stopping almost all ITM on our equipment, systems, and buildings?
How are we going to be monitoring it? Well, I think it's going to show up in a few different ways. I would expect for the systems to be working harder. So we're probably going to see increases in energy consumption, and that'll be an indication. I would expect systems to break down more frequently. So we're going to see a larger need for repair and replacements.
Is stopping a lot of the ITM besides filter changes going to shorten the useful life of our HVAC systems?
Yes.
And what is the funding gap to not go down this road of stopping ITM?
It's 11.7 million. 11.1 of that is through DCPS, and another 700,000 approximately is for our public safety locations, primarily FEMS and MPD.
Okay. Thank you so much. Looking at other cuts in FMD, I understand there's a 6.3 million reduction in janitorial services, 1.2 million in mowing, which you mentioned, and 200,000 reduction in landscaping. Starting with janitorial, I know we can't reduce the number of buildings that need cleaning. So does that mean buildings will be getting cleaned less often?
Yes, we will look to reduce frequency for facilities that may be accustomed to 6-day-a-week cleaning. We may need to we will work with the client agency to determine the day with the least utilization. Let's say hypothetically, if a site was open Monday through Saturday and Monday was the lightest day, we would reduce services then. And sometimes we would reduce the number of hours per day. Right? If it was 12 hours of cleaning or 8, maybe it would be reduced to 8 or 6.
Okay. And does DGS have a schedule of how often janitorial services will be provided for each building in its portfolio?
We do. We have a schedule, and what we do, we rank our sites based upon low and medium risk for services.
Okay.
So what we would do, like the goal would be for sites. Let's say if it's like a senior feeding site at like a wellness center, or let's say like a really popular pool like Tacoma or Jackson Reed, the goal would be to preserve services as much as possible, like at those locations, and maybe locations that don't serve the public or have lower utilization. We'd look to reduce services there first.
Okay. Turning to mowing, that 1.2 million cut leaves how much in the mowing budget?
Yes.
That 1.2 leaves how much left do we have in mowing?
Let's see. I think that was, I can get this exact number, but it's it probably there's another 8 or so million or so, but I'll get that number for you shortly. So it is a sizable cut, but there does remain a good portion.
And I heard you speak earlier about this. Essentially, that means you'll try to shorten when you mow to sort of the high time areas.
That's right. We mow typically the end of March through November. We would reduce the frequency of mowing early in the season, like March and early April, and in October and November. So maybe instead of cuts every 8 days, it would be maybe every 14 days or every 12 days. But the goal would be in this instance to preserve the frequency, which now is once every 8 days for during the primary growing season, which is late April, early May through August.
Got it. And then landscaping, the $200,000 cut there leaves how much left for DGS outdoor portfolio?
Yeah, I'll get that exact number
Okay.
for landscaping as well. Again, it was I think a 200,000 reduction, but I can get that.
Yeah.
Actually, 4.2 million total for landscaping.
Okay. Is DGS concerned that less landscaping may be noted by the federal government and its beautification efforts? And if so, how are we going to ensure our local outdoor spaces do not become sort of unattractively unruly?
Well, again, it will be a challenge while we can't totally in one hiring cycle replace the reductions from contract services. Again, my focus would be on hiring as many frontline staff as possible to bring some of these services in-house. The reality of the matter is that that number of folks, maybe our custodial mowing team, across our maintenance divisions, if we can maybe add to that another 20 or 30, again, I won't replace those contractual services dollars, but it will help. The idea would be how do we get as much as possible, which is why some of the other complementary investments are really important, like in our fleet. We have an aging fleet. I believe we have the oldest fleet inventory in the district, right? And they rely on that to get the site to site, whether it's for janitorial mowing services. So I think long term, and again, it can't be done in one single year. I think as an agency over the course of multiple years to blunt the impact of such cuts, especially or reductions, right, if they continue in subsequent fiscal years, to do as much in-house as possible, I think is the way to go. The model with Protective Services Division and bringing this in-house is something I think that we'll have to look to replicate.
Yeah, we heard testimony from residents near Friendship Turtle Park. The overflowing trash, standing water, and deferred maintenance are contributing to worsening rodent infestations and limiting park usability. As DGS reduces janitorial and outdoor maintenance services, does DGS track maintenance-related rodent complaints or sanitation hotspots across its outdoor portfolio? And what metrics is DGS going to use to determine when a park or public space requires more rodent abatement?
Well, there still is adequate funding for pest control. We saw some reductions in our environmental services, primarily related to maybe some mold testing and abatement, and some other environmental services like stormwater management. Right now, pest control services will continue in FY27, the same as it is funded in FY26. It is a process. We've made adjustments to our work order management system to adequately reflect the full course of treatments for rodent services. So that work will continue. Every site we treat on a case-by-case basis. As you know, a site that is in a densely populated neighborhood or near maybe restaurant activities has its own unique challenges. So we would continue to attack those on a case-by-case basis. But the goal would be to preserve as much of the pest management services that we currently provide.
Okay, 2 questions. Can you all please check on Friendship Turtle Park and the issues that arose from the testimony of residents? And second question, does rodent abatement have a dedicated budget?
Excuse me?
Does rodent abatement have a dedicated budget?
So it's funded through our environmental services division, and then we look to so it's broader. It's funded. It's a line item within environmental services, and it has not been a reduction in that in particular. So no impact. The way the budget book is worded, it doesn't drill down that deep into every single program, but you will see that allocation in DGS's environmental services.
So what we can say to the public is that rodent abatement is funded.
That's right.
At the levels it has been previously funded for the last 2 years, and we won't see a reduction in road and abatement services across the district.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. How much is the proposed supplemental for school readiness for summer 2026?
Approximately 5.5 million.
I think I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyway. Are schools' priority list going to be shorter this year?
Yes.
Can DGS make sure we get the school list when they are created in the final status report at the end of the school readiness in October?
Yes.
And how much is in, so you said it's gonna be 5.5
That's right.
for school readiness for summer 2027?
That's correct.
And will it be added in the supplemental?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
It's getting bleak. Okay. Continuously bleak here. Now I want to turn to utilities within FMD's budget, starting with electricity. Okay. As you know and can see on the screen, the district's utilities costs have skyrocketed over the last several years. In fact, DGS utilities budget has doubled from 65.8 million to 133.3 million, with electricity being the largest share for 3 of the last 4 years. Last year, the mayor moved 8.6 million for electricity from DCPS budget to DGS budget. DGS budget this year again includes DCPS electricity bills. Given the impact this transfer has on charter schools, there's a debate about whether to move this money back to DCPS or keep it in DGS, but have it count as DCPS spending for the uniform per student funding formula. We had several witnesses testify on this impact to this difference as it impacts charter schools particularly. For DCPS and all other agencies, I want to talk how electricity usage is projected, budgeted, and monitored. To start, are all of the government's electricity bills now within DGS's budget? And do any agencies still pay for electricity themselves?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to discuss this. And I think that, you know, as the budget's a little complicated, so at first glance, it may look like electricity has doubled, but in fact, it hasn't. It's from FY26 to FY27, the electricity budget is only increasing by 3%. And we can talk through that. So I believe in FY27, there's about 35.5 million in local, 86,000 in Eastern Market SPR funds, 39.7 in MESF, which I believe is the Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. And then 1.89 in intradistrict, which
Okay.
totals 77.2 million.
Say it again, 77.2 million.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. And so to the original question are all government electricity bills now within DGS's budget?
Not quite. There's still 1.89 in interfund. And then, but the rest, I suppose, would be considered within DGS's budget, the 75 million.
So so the vast majority of DC government bills are now within DGS's budget?
Yes.
Okay. And do any agencies still pay for electricity themselves?
Yes. And let me get that for you. If you want the full list, I'm happy to share.
Is it a long list?
It's 10 to 12.
Okay, so
Yeah.
about 12, that's fine.
Yeah. Mhm.
About 12 agencies are paying for electricity themselves and everyone else is sort of under DGS.
That's right.
That's-
And I think as an example, DDOT still for streetlights, right? So you imagine electricity to power our streetlights on our highways and streets. DDOT will pay for the lion's share of those electricity costs. through their budget.
Okay. And are they all mostly or all independent agencies?
It's agencies like OAG, DOES,
Okay.
OSSI,
Oh, okay.
CFSA, DBH, Wilson Building.
But I want to clarify, we still pay those on their call. We still pay and manage those electricity bills on their behalf, but their funds are sent to us through an MOU.
Got you.
Through
Okay.
intra-district funds, because some of the funds are obtained either, let's say, from like a federal source, let's say like hypothetically DC Health, right? They have federal funding. That federal funding will flow from the federal government to DC Health. DC Health will then transfer those dollars to the agency to pay for their electricity costs. So we still manage, but in terms of agencies that like pay electricity on their own, not through DGS, where we won't manage, very few. One includes like DDOT for like streetlights.
Understood. We had several witnesses from charter schools testify. What is the rationale for not moving the money back to DCPS and having it count as DCPS based on the uniform per student funding formula?
We're agnostic to funding. We did not weigh in, and I would have to defer to DCPS on that.
Okay. How do you all project usage, and how far in advance is usage projected?
Sure. So we project usage based on past years. So for instance, last summer, which is summer 2025, we were formulating the budget and the usage for FY 27. So it's usually a year and a half to 2 years in advance.
And how close are the projections from usage? So, for example, can DGS provide how much electricity was projected in fiscal year 25 and how much was actually used?
Yes, I think we can. Yep. We'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. And how does DGS project electricity costs for new buildings that will be brought online in the upcoming fiscal year?
Yeah, it's a little complicated because if you try and like zoom in on each individual building and every line item in the PEPCO bill, it's almost like trying to read a crystal ball on how some of these line items will increase. So we have to assume that a similar amount of buildings typically leave the portfolio for modernization, while they're under construction, that enter the building. But we try and ballpark, and as every like school, for instance, is modernized, it increases its square feet. And we don't always know exactly how many total square feet that's going to be. So we sort of estimate a slight increase in consumption based on the expected increase in gross floor area.
Got it. And does DGS take into account increases in renewable energy generation when making electricity projections and budgets?
Yes. And again, that is a little complicated because we always forecast our wind based on our wind PPA rates. So that's like 25 to 30% of the energy use on an annual basis or electricity use. But we also, for solar, even when we execute a PPA, all those sites in that power purchase agreement won't actually be installed and reach interconnection for 2 to 3 years. And it's usually a phased process. So yeah, one will reach interconnection, then maybe the next year another group will. So it can be a little tricky to nail that down. Got
it. Does DGS know how much electricity and money is saved from renewable energy generation in its portfolio?
Yes, we've done some recent calculations on the solar PV alone, and our most recent 2 solar PV contracts are expected to save about $35 million over the next 20 years.
Okay. I'm sorry, say that again.
35 million saved over the next 20 years from the 2 most recent solar power purchase agreements.
Okay. to that notion, a number of public witnesses raised concerns about DC leaving federal dollars on the table, specifically $60 million in federal matching grants for our energy programs. To date, we've only been able to draw on around 3 million of the available grants, in large part due to the lack of local investment. The fiscal year 27 budget continues this trend by transferring 10.5 million from the Sustainability Energy Trust Fund to cover DGS utility costs rather than our energy programs. How much has DGS taken from the SETF in each of the last 3 fiscal years? And what is DGS plans to reduce reliance on those transfers?
So I'll try and answer each question. I believe in FY27, funding is coming over from the MESF, not the SETF. In FY26, I believe our budget authority also lied with the MESF. We continue to pursue energy reduction and electrification programs to help reduce costs, as well as we continue to buy electricity in sort of a unique way to help hedge against those market fluctuations. So some of those programs I referenced, the Energy Savings Performance Contract, a lot of those savings will go to pay for the measures that are installed, but we expect it to help, again, hedge against those market fluctuations. We also are installing solar as quickly as we can, particularly before the federal ITC goes away. And I think I would just say, like,
When does the federal ITC go away?
It's a little complicated. There are 2 primary deadlines. So the first is this July 4th, 2026. For the IRS basically says that you need to have a binding contract in place, and you need to have paid out 5% of total material costs by that date in order to be eligible for the ITC. And even with that, I think all the solar industry would agree there's still some fuzziness in defining that. The second is you need to have the other pathway is you need to have everything constructed and I believe interconnected by July 4th, 2027.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other grants that we are utilizing?
Yeah, I did hear the leaving money on the table and so forth. I think that they're potentially referencing another agency and not DGS. We have pursued many grants, some with our sister agencies such as DOEE. These are during that, a lot of them are IRA grants that are extremely competitive. If there are any grants that still exist that would be applicable, we'd be more than happy to pursue them as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Can DGS provide to us at some point some of the federal funds available and the related local funding?
Sure. Yeah, we can list any. So you're asking for existing.
Existing.
Existing. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Turning to waste management. DGS waste management budget increases 197% from fiscal year 26, a larger percent increase than any other utility. How much of this increase is due to an expanding portfolio, and how much is it due to increasing cost?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to discuss this. The waste budget is actually increasing by 19% from FY26 to FY27. And I can see how it could be very confusing for folks to interpret that increase. But a lot of it has to do with, prior money coming from the SETF to now coming from the MESF. But we'd be happy to share any additional detail on that.
And I think you'll see more broadly that any perceived increases aren't necessarily increases to local, but it's the composition of the funding, right? Some again funded through local, others are funded through MOU or intra-district funds. That is what has changed. If you look by and large at our budget, you want local options.
Okay. And how does DGS project waste management costs, particularly in regards to bringing new buildings online? For example, when a capital project is planned to be completed within the 6-year capital improvement plan, are the associated waste management costs also added to the 6-year financial plan for operating costs for the years of the building will be online?
What I'll say is that we normally will have a spend plan that we develop based upon the number of sites. And sites are constantly coming online, but also going offline, right? As an example, we don't have to service a Fort Davis Recreation Center. We won't have to service a Jelliff Recreation Center as those sites are being modernized. You won't have to service a Harriet Tubman Elementary School, right, as that site is being modernized. So as new sites come online, it isn't always necessarily like a one-to-one replacement. What we look at is when we have brand new assets, right, that have not been serviced before. Like one example is Cobb Park. In fact, we have a groundbreaking or ribbon cutting rather celebration on Saturday. Like that's a brand new park that had not been in our inventory that we have to account for. We do budget, we will make a request for that. And in some years that has been funded.
Got it. There's a discrepancy in the budget book. Page 1 of the tables. If under contracting and procurement services. I guess why don't the numbers line up with the increases in this table under contract and procurement services? So like the increase for waste management, it seems like is a much less percent than what is listed.
I would need to see the headers, but I would say that perhaps I would break it out by local, Eastern Market, SPR, SETF, SPR, MESF, SPR, and interfund. That's kind of how we've been able to get a better understanding of the year over year increases.
Yeah, and I'll add that approximately 3.2 million was realigned from a client interagency fund, DCPS, to DGS local. So again, when viewed at the total gross funding level, which includes our interfund agencies, waste costs only increased 1.5 million or 19% year over year. So again, it's confusing with how funding has been allocated, but no drastic doubling of budget.
I would, and to the director's comments, I would note, I think in past years, the intra-district budgets would be more, they would be here perhaps, but now they are in each agency's budget. So you would have to go to each agency's budget to find how much they're budgeting for like electricity, for instance.
Because money now with our new financial system, it still resides with the client agency, and we're able to direct bill, essentially spending from their accounts. It's the equivalent of if I had a debit card to your account, right? Okay. And then I knew I could spend $100 on X expense versus before you may have cashed out me the $100, right? It's a little confusing, but in a nutshell, that's sort of how it works.
So we should send our budget office to look at the agencies to better understand the percentage discrepancies here.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. The other part is just looking at the SETF and MESF. I'm not sure how it's captured here.
Okay. I want to go to, we'll work together to figure that out with the budget office, just so we can understand the accuracy. I want to also go to zero waste and composting in our sustainability and energy division. DGS currently has a food scrap collection contract and an opt-in process for schools. And the proposed fiscal year 27 budget includes additional funding for composting efforts. How many schools are currently participating, and what would it take operationally to expand that number to all schools?
Yeah, thank you for that. So right now we have a base and a 4 option year contract solicitation that we're having bidders submit proposals to. And I'm really hopeful that that will enable us to do more consistent year-over-year organics collection and to enable us to expand organics collection. And as an interim measure, because, RFPs and solicitations take a very long time, we're doing a small purchase order that would start toward the end of this month for just a few schools. But in the new school year, our target is to eventually get to 20 schools. We issued like a interest form to all the 120 or so schools, and 13 responded saying that they would like to participate.
We sent it to all of the schools and we had 13 respond.
Yes,
Okay. And this is only DCPS schools?
yes.
Okay. Does DGS view that as a facilities or capacity issue, or is the school demand itself limited?
I think it has to do with just the schools and all their competing priorities. It's, part of what DGS does is we collect the organics, and we're thankful for the 3 FTEs that the zero waste law has provided us. And we've been using them to just try and ensure that our core services are accurate, but also do more education and training. So we'll collect the waste, we'll provide the materials for the inside of the building, and we'll do training wherever we can. But I think a lot of schools are just overburdened with a lot of other issues, and it may not be their top priority.
Got it. And you said the additional schools DGS expects to support in fiscal year 27 with the proposed increase in funding would be getting us to a total of 20 schools?
Yeah, we want to start out with the 13 that have expressed interest, but our hope is that through those schools participating, word will spread, and maybe more interest and commitment on other schools' behalf will start growing.
Okay. For the schools that want to separate food waste, what infrastructure does DGS need to provide for the program to work well? Are there bins, signage, storage areas?
Yep.
And collection points consistently available at the participating schools?
So we provide the bins on the interior, and the schools tell us where in the cafeteria they would like them located, and every school's a little different. And then we also provide the exterior containers. We provide the liners that typically last for about a year before they, start disintegrating, and we provide the signage.
Okay, because we had heard that DGS covers collection but not school level equipment cost. Is that correct?
I think when it comes to trash and recycling containers, we don't. That is split between a few agencies, those responsibilities, the interior containers for trash and recycling. But for organics, if a school is in our organics program and participating, we will provide all the materials.
Okay, great. We have heard that successful expansion also may depend heavily on coordination with food and nutrition services and vendors handling back of house food waste. How involved is DGS in those conversations?
So yeah, we've worked with food and nutrition services before. We have conducted some audits of those schools that prepare meals from scratch, which I would need to defer to DCPS to know how many there are. A lot just warm up food. But what we found from our audits is there's not actually that much scraps to be collected. But what we're going to do in the new fiscal year is do more of those audits and re-engage food and nutrition services.
Thank you. I'll come back there. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, who is with us for a round of questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. I had to send up a flare. Okay. Hello. All right. It's still morning. Good morning, Director. All right. So last year I moved a recreation specifications establishment subtitle in the Budget Support Act. This subtitle required the Department of General Services to conduct an annual survey on the condition of spray parks, artificial turf fields, playgrounds, and courts such as tennis, basketball, similar hard surfaces. And then the results were supposed to be made public, transmitted to the council, and the chairperson with oversight by March 1st of each year. It's May 7th. What's the status?
We're close. We're close. Still working on completing our survey and want to get that posted as soon as possible.
Okay, but it is happening though.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's great to hear. Sort of similar related, but a little bit different. When there are delays in projects that you guys had planned for, so for instance, the Upshur pool, which is like on Arkansas and 14th, how do we, whose responsibility is it to go back to the community to say, hey, the planned modernization or the planned construction is not going to go forth on the schedule that we had originally talked about?
Yeah, I think that's an opportunity for improvement to strengthen communication with the public, like after the last community meeting and when construction starts. There was an operational decision, which we support, made by DPR to keep Upshur Pool open for this summer because of all of the other pools under construction.
Okay.
Right, from Jelliff Pool, which is offline,
Right.
To new pools at Fort Davis and not Fort Davis, forgive me, Fort Grubble and several others, right? We are operating less pools this year than we have traditionally operated because of construction, right? Which is a great thing.
Dates, but I get
Yeah.
for the capacity questions, it gets a little dicey if too many are offline.
Yeah, well, I don't think so. My theory is always you do construction when you get funding and you can do it. You know, that sort of belief of get it while the getting is good. So I think that's a good thing. But the decision was made to keep the pool open this summer, right, to accommodate the public, right? And then also, but what we have decided to do is to move forward with the playground renovations, right? Because
Okay.
and that work will begin this May. But I agree, we have to work with DPR to strengthen if there's any adjustments or changes, whether it's a valid operational decision. I think there definitely is opportunity to strengthen how we engage with the public so that they're up to date.
Yeah. Social media is what it is, but I hate for folks to sort of learn about the plans to delay because some neighbor walked by and they were like, wait, they're putting water in the pool. So I guess it's not happening. And that's kind of what happened there. Speaking of pools, because this has now come up of late, what's our East Potomac pool? Did we just give it back? What's our plan?
Yeah, that's been a long casualty of yesteryear. I think that pool closed, almost 10 years ago?
Yeah, 2016.
There are no plans that allocation was moved many budget cycles ago, so there are no plans to reopen East Potomac Pool at this point.
Okay. For the purposes of the conversation around what is happening on Haynes Point with the federal government. Do we just not, we were just operating East Potomac Pool, is that correct? Or is that ours? I don't think it's
That's right.
ours.
It was a transfer of jurisdiction, right? Meaning that we specifically had the footprint of the pool, but not the mini golf or the golf course or the other assets,
Okay,
right? But it was not an owned district asset.
right, but it was a transfer.
That's correct.
Was it transferred back or no?
Essentially, the transfer was sort of dormant, right? The TOJ, to my knowledge, was not formally revoked. At one point, when we last had discussions, I was at DPR at the time. We last had discussions with the National Park Service about the future of that site. It was around like the remediation,
Yeah.
and the backfilling of the materials to ensure that it was safe.
Okay, all right. I wanted to ask about the status of some FY27 capital projects or projects that you guys will still be working on in FY27. So first, the Oak Hill campus sewer and water upgrades. Where are we with that?
Good morning, council members. So the Oak Hill project is still ongoing. We've had some challenges with the contractor being able to procure some of the long lead items that we needed out there. But we've since, and also we had some challenges moving funding around in time to advance the project in a timely fashion. We've since worked through a lot of those issues with the contractor. We are in the process of submitting our documents for permitting.
Okay,
And again, that project is currently in progress.
all right. The Marion Barry Jr. building. Where are we with that one?
There are a number of projects in Marionberry building. As you
Okay.
know, we've made several ADA bathroom upgrades, facade work. We're working on roofing and waterproofing work. There is some funding, but not full funding to replace the elevators. So we are evaluating to do one set of elevators at a time. And that is likely to be our course of action for future fiscal years.
Okay. Elevators. All right, this came up with DCPS last week with Dunbar and a couple other schools. Why do we choose a different elevator company every time we put an elevator in? Which I think creates some difficulties in terms of when there is a problem finding the part for the one company that we happened to use that one time back then. Is this not something that we could also, going forward, obviously what's there is there, but going forward, is elevators not something we can standardize in terms of we're going to use this company and go?
There's a balance to be achieved. I'll give like the Wilson building as an example. These elevators, believe it or not, have been around since the 90s. They're we joke when we need parts to service these elevators, we have to go to the Smithsonian. And they are serviced by a vendor with a proprietary system. As you may be aware, we are replacing the entirety of the elevators here in the Wilson building, and we're using a non-proprietary vendor, right, which will make it easier to sort of to access parts.
Right.
We have strengthened the elevator specs for our capital projects. That gives us some flexibility. We'll no longer use proprietary vendors. But with regards to like types of elevators that we're utilizing, and if you can speak to it or say a bit about like elevator components that we look for, what I would say, not in the case of Dunbar, what I would say in many of these elevator outages, they're just old and need to be replaced.
Yeah.
Wilson, but these elevators are 30 years old. You know, I joke with folks, you know, if you had a Honda Accord that, you know, crossed the 450,000 mile marker, you wouldn't say, wow, this car broke down. What's wrong with that mechanic? You should be giving them an award. And that's the case for many of our elevators. Like they're simply like past their useful life. And I'm proud that, you know, SUSA is budgeted. We're also replacing elevators at about 5 or 6 schools projects. And my heart's desire is that clip will increase for small capital elevator replacement. So again, I don't want to speak to Dunbar. I need to dig a little deeper. We're obtaining pricing, but for many of our schools, like I was speaking with the chairman about Cleveland, and we went back and we did our research. I think that elevator was installed in 2009, right? So it's rounding 20 years. it needs to be replaced.
Yeah. And, I think that people sometimes sort of shrug off the elevators, but when you have a student who can't get to the second floor of the building and go to class, that we've got some ADA challenges there. I'm going to keep going on some of these. Eastern Market Metro Park, I think this came up during last year's budget, but where are we on this particular project?
Yeah, we just had an unveiling for the Loving Hands statue, which was a long time coming. And we recently completed projects replacing those lights, right? The flush mount lights from bollards, which had been damaged through vandalism. We put in erosion control measures, including drainage to help. And then also we're finishing up several other small capital projects related to some of the boards and planking throughout the park.
Was there not a planned playground that was going to happen there, or did that get scratched because?
It's a playground across the street.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
So not in the park that is nearest to the metro entrance, but Caddy Corner, there's a very active playground and splash park.
Yeah.
That are well utilized, well maintained. We don't have any major concerns with those.
Okay. Going back to the Oak Hill campus really quickly. So they have several abandoned structures there at the front of the campus that are in severe disrepair. Some have broken windows, deteriorating wood, visible signs of structural degradation. We're not using those buildings, obviously, because they're abandoned, but my worry is that they hit a point of being falling into such disrepair that now it's causing other issues for the property. What are our plans in addressing some of those conditions?
Ideally, we need a master plan for the Oak Hill campus. In previous years, the mayor has proposed master plan funding, but it was removed by council. And I think at some point we need to revisit what is our broader vision for Oak Hill as a city, as a district. I mean, it's over 800 acres. It presents a great amount of opportunity for activation. Right now, as you may be aware, our biggest user on the campus is DURS with New Beginnings. But also, we have several office or warehouse space managed by OCP, and more recently, and also the Youth Challenge Academy managed by the National Guard. But the most promising and new usage is through DURS and their Oasis campus, right? We're building two new cottages for residential use by students. And then also there are a number of, I call them igloos, but essentially they are units that house both families and youth for activations by DURS. That's the newest, and I would say most promising or innovative usage of the campus. But again, at 800 acres total, it provides an opportunity for a much more thoughtful expansion for the district.
800 acres.
That's right.
Okay, that was a lot of space. I want to ask a couple more questions, and we've been joined by Councilmember Wendell Felder from Ward 7. I'm a stand-in, so I'm just gonna ask my couple of other questions, and then I'll turn to you. So the accounting division for DGS had been funded at $0 since fiscal year 2023. And the FY27 proposed budget includes approximately $160,000 for the accounting division, including some FTEs and fringe. I have to believe that y'all had somebody in accounting before and perhaps they just were on the wrong or different line, or is this a new position that you guys are bringing on?
No new positions that I'm accustomed to. But I'll check. It could be a function of, and my team will correct me, it could be a function. We sometimes fund shared services with OCFO, right? Meaning that OCFO is organized in clusters, right? And while you have like an AFO, sometimes there are shared services. So there's maybe a reflection of one of those shared services positions being allocated through the DGS budget. But,
Sorry,
but
it's
not
in the accounting division, but it does appear to be for a legal services position. So something in legal.
to check, but I'm not aware of it. Or I know we don't have any new FTEs. I'm happy to maintain the ones that we have, but I'm happy to double check.
Okay. And then finally, so the materials that we have reflect an approximately $9.1 million increase in rentals, lands, and structures when in the rent and lease services division. What's driving this increase? And two questions. One, what's driving this increase? And two, I kind of think of DGS as sort of our version of the Fed's
GSA.
GSA. To what extent are you guys auditing whether or not our government agencies are actually using or need their space? This kind of came up earlier this week where one of our quasi-independent agencies who has space in this building, they have space in Southwest, and they have space on North Capitol Street. But when we look at the swipes of people going in and out of the building, it's less than 2% monthly. But we pay that lease, and that's a savings that could be there. So that's just my two questions.
We have been instructed by the Office of the City Administrator to engage independent agencies on formal consolidation exercises. And the first engagement will be with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and also the Office of Tenant Advocacy. And those engagements will begin momentarily.
Okay. But the increase in the 9.1 million, is that just the normal rise in rent? Or are we acquiring new space?
Because that's mostly driven by $11.2 million, which was a part of CPS's budget for rent, which is now funded through DGS. So no net increase in new rent, but again, how those funds were allocated has been shifted to be accounted in DGS's budget.
Is that just for efficiencies that it comes, that we're no longer doing a pass-through? There are a lot of shifts from DCPS to you guys that has our other side of the public school sector very, very uncomfortable. And so I'm trying to understand why.
We're agnostic to funding, and we're agnostic to funding.
Okay. Sorry, Councilmember Lewis George, I just have one final question. I needed to ask about the status of the animal shelter
Sure.
demo on New York Avenue. Yesterday was the hearing for Department of Human Services, and I was asking about what is the status for the New York Avenue shelter that's supposed to go on that site. She said that there were some zoning things that needed to happen, and that has cleared. But now the timeline for the New York Avenue shelter, she's saying, is fiscal year 30. And
No, we expect to break ground this calendar year on our property. We're reviewing pricing now.
okay.
We had to go back and value engineer the space.
Yeah,
right,
she did
to-
mention that the design needed to,
It's like to accommodate our current budget allocation, which is about mid-60s million.
yeah.
And also, if you could speak to, because we just discussed this for another matter, the timeline.
No, that's right. So we're currently back evaluating, as the director said, the design. We anticipate that in this month, as a matter of fact, we'll have our procurement out for design, for a contractor rather, to come on board and start the demolition process. And once they're on board, we anticipate by the end of the year, we should be knocking on the doors of the animal shelter to say, time for demo.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you so much. We have been joined by our Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder, and I will recognize him for a round.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Director Hunter, members of your senior leadership team, it's always good to see you. First, I want to thank you for your continued investment in Ward 7. Many of the proposed investments align with the things that I've heard from everyday Ward 7 residents. For example, when it comes to H.D. Woodson field, which is in dire need of upgrades, or Marvin Gaye Park that can stand a refresher, and school maintenance concerns remain my top priority. I was also glad to see in your opening testimony, you talked about Sousa. Now, Ward 7 residents consistently raise concerns about delayed facility repairs, school building conditions, and recreation maintenance. Given these persistent issues, Ward 7 deserves clear accountability from DGS, and we want to make sure that the resources are being deployed east of the river adequately. I'm particularly concerned when I look at your budget about the $19 million decrease in the overall facilities operations budget, given that there currently are, I want to say 600 open work orders across DGS's operated facilities in Ward 7. Director, my question is, how does this reduce, or rather, how does this reduction in funds impact your ability to address these open work orders?
It'll be challenging. If you look closely at the reductions, they're spread across several line items from mowing to janitorial to landscaping, and most notably the reduction in HVAC, preventative maintenance. So we'll, do the best that we can with what we have. We'll see how this process unfolds during the budget cycle. We'll work closely with agencies, including DCPS, on strategies for next fiscal year. There may be an opportunity either through replenishments during this budget cycle or maybe even reprogrammings to make up some of that gap, to close some of that gap. But when a budget is approved, we'll just simply develop a spend plan in accordance with what we have.
I appreciate your transparency, Director. Given that it's a challenge, how do you prioritize cases?
So what we would do, again, I'll give mowing as an example. Right? I know it's small, but DCPS mowing. One of the things I shared with the chairperson is that we would look to reduce mowing during the I'll call it prime growing seasons. So I think there was like a $1.3 million reduction in landscaping services for mowing. So maybe we would cut fewer times, like in November and October, and on the front end of the season in March and in April, to try to preserve mowing during that essential growing season, which is essentially now through August. So like that's an example of what we will look to do for our HVAC preventative maintenance program. There are three components: inspection, testing, and maintenance. What we would do, we would have to strip away the inspection and testing, and we would prioritize very small scale maintenance to include like filter changes. So would there be an impact? Absolutely. And we would work with those client agencies to so they can know with certainty what you can count on the agency for.
How, given the proposed reduction and some of the challenges, have you communicated those challenges with either schools who have submitted the open work orders or vendors that you historically have worked with?
We have. I mean, we're strategizing now
Right.
with the chancellor and DCPS's central office, even for this year. In terms of our summer readiness schedule, likely it'll be reduced from what we've had. I think schools and client agencies, I think they understand because they face their own challenges, and I always temper my concern with recognition of some of the broader challenges we have as a district and as a city, and I think we all are called on as government to be more resourceful, be more entrepreneurial, and to try to do as much as we can with what we have. We're already thinking of ways to sort of mitigate some of this. Our FTE authority has not been diminished through this budget cycle. We really need to stand up an internal HVAC team. Right? We have a boiler plant operations team, but we have a very small HVAC team, less than 8 FTEs, right? That primarily triage, and we rely on contractor services. I think in the long term, we want to increase the ranks of our FTE authority, be able to get to some of this work, right? At least for some of that basic maintenance. So that's going to be our approach.
Copy. Now, with the $19 million decrease, are you confident that the open work orders will be addressed? Or do you feel like because you don't have the proper resources, they won't get addressed at all? So there's a difference between delayed and actually being addressed.
That's fair to say.
Okay. It was.
It's open, it'll remain open.
Do you think it will get addressed, or do you think
No,
so?
we'll do our best, because it's essentially like there isn't a much dedicated like funding for work. Or like I'll give you an example, right? We'll stay in Ward 7. One of the prominent examples I give at Sousa, it was flagged a couple of years ago. Like the principal, there was a work order to replace the lighting in the auditorium at Sousa. And while it was a work order, I mean, that was like low hundred thousands, like to replace. And we did that during our summer readiness effort, right? Because we had dedicated funding. So those sort of things may linger a little longer than we would have liked. It's always our commitment to use whatever funding to prioritize like fire, life, and safety issues, doors and locks, alarms, PA systems, ADA accessibility, including doors and elevators, right? Because there historically has not been dedicated money for work order, our goal would be to try to maximize what we can complete with internal staff. One of the things that I shared during the previous line of questions is that because we are funding overtime, it'll give us the ability to hire against vacancies that we have historically had to keep vacant to accrue vacancy savings. So I do anticipate more boots on the ground. Can I replace one for one those cuts? Like, no, I can't, but I can try to close that gap by doing as much as possible with internal resources. And that would be our goal. Also, we'll work with agencies. Some agencies may choose to say, hey, no, this is too essential. We'll pony up and find dollars to help to close that gap. So no silver bullet, but we'll have to make changes incrementally in all those areas that I mentioned.
Thank you, Director.
Prioritization is at the top of that.
Thank you. Could you describe the services that are in your public education division under the facilities operations?
Well, it's wide ranging. I think many times when you think of the FMD division, you think of plumbing, you think of electrical, you think of carpenters and locksmith, you think of landscaping and janitorial services, you think of consolidated maintenance vendors, but also there's really important work through our environmental services division. That's mold testing and abatement. That's pest management services. There are other preventative maintenance programs for not just HVAC, but also for elevators that we're really proud of. So that just encompasses some of the line items within the facilities and maintenance division.
Now, within your proposed budget, I did notice a $9.5 million reduction. Could you speak to how would this impact your agency's ability to get these issues addressed within a timely manner?
I think you're referring to the DCPS HVAC preventative maintenance program. The three components of that program include inspection, testing, and maintenance. And what we would look to do with available funding is to prioritize filter changes, which is one component of our maintenance needs for those systems.
Now, I noticed that your waste management division is seeing an increase of about $5.5 million. Can you share more about what this division does and why it's so important?
Yeah, they're responsible for the waste management across our facilities. Those blue recycling cans that you see in the DPR parks, we're responsible for. Also, the large dumpsters, right, that you see like at schools, those large dumpsters that are serviced by the large front loading trucks, we're responsible for maintaining those as well across our inventory, DCPS, all municipals, fire department, police station, et cetera. That is primarily waste management. Jim, would you like to add to that?
Sure, thanks. So just as the director noted, we're responsible for collections for trash and recycling dumpsters, for recycling litter cans at DPR properties, for bulk hauling. Sometimes there's illegal dumping and such at DC government facilities. There's also education and training that we try and do on waste diversion and zero waste. And we were just earlier discussing, getting our organics program off the ground again for schools.
Yeah, but there isn't really an increase in waste. There is how funding that previously would come to DGS through intra-district transfers, the MOUs, is now being funded in DGS's local budget. So no real increase in no. I think the way it's in a budget book makes it seem as if it's doubled. In actuality, it was a more modest 19% increase.
You must was reading my mind. I was going to ask,
Yeah.
why was the increase needed? And my final question: what visible improvements in waste management can residents expect to see?
We've come a long way from waste management. We switch vendors 2 or 3 fiscal years ago. And we now have, we can track those vehicles when they make their various stops. There's video verification. If we go to a school and the trash can is blocked by vehicles, we've in time sent those to principals to say, hey, yes, your trash can is overflowing because we can't service it, and we're able to address that activity. So we have some responsibilities, and DPW has other responsibilities for trash, and we're working closely and coordinating with them on, how do we continue to service these sites? Because I know it can be frustrating to the public. Like, we're responsible for pushing, again, those really large containers or dumpsters, right? The blue recycling cans. DPW is responsible for servicing those black cans, and then we pick up loose litter. So working with both DPR and DPW to be able to better service those black cans that is serviced by DPW.
Thank you, Director. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. All right, I want to go back, I want to take a look at last for environmental services here was the stormwater management. I understand there's a 400,000 reduction in stormwater management. Is that correct? And how much is left in the budget?
Yeah, I can answer that. That is correct. So that those stormwater management services include certain pollution prevention, excuse me, across our portfolio. And there are several EPA mandated guidelines that we adhere to
Right.
to prevent pollution into some of our systems. So we do have some small remaining funds that'll cover basic EPA stormwater requirements and what are known as MS4 testing.
Okay. What is it? What will we no longer be able to do as a result of the reduction?
So I think the biggest concern is green infrastructure maintenance, which has resided with DOE for the last few years, but because DOE lost their EPA funding, I believe that responsibility has come back to the agency.
Yep.
And so that's funding like green roofs, bioretention cells, bioswales.
Exactly.
It's weeding, adding more plants, all that stuff.
That's right.
I think that will probably be hard to do.
Yeah, so that's the issue when people are now putting in like these what are great projects? Let me say that. We all agree these are great projects and good for us, but if we can't maintenance them or maintain them, then they become a huge issue for communities who have them, which then result in those things being overrun, trash, rodent issues, and what is supposed to be a benefit to the community then becomes sort of an eyesore, a health and safety issue to the community. So what is the 400,000? Is that what's the gap there to ensure we have some stormwater management of, these type of projects that we have throughout the city? And have we instructed, I guess it's DOE who decides, or which agency decides whether we construct them and put them in neighborhoods?
They're primarily, that's decided by the, DOE stormwater compliance requirements. And then occasionally if we're able to, we do voluntary installations. And then the DOE River Smart Schools program occasionally installs systems.
Okay.
And as far as the budget, I am not sure, because DOE was managing it just in the last year, I'm not exactly sure what that budget was.
Okay.
We'd have to get with them.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next, I want to turn to Protective Services Division and the Portfolio Management Division. There is 7.9 million, it looks like, or 19% cut to PSD. I know part of that is savings from the transition from contractors to in-house personnel, I guess, but not all of it is. Without getting into specific locations, overall, will this reduction result in a smaller PSD force or fewer hours of the same size force?
Well, there are two types of personnel we have within our Protective Services Division. One includes like the officers that you see, our PSD officers, and we are increasing the ranks of those officers by 24, which is a substantial increase than most of we've done in a really, really long time. And then also we have contracted officers that are either security officers, special police officers, both armed and unarmed. So you'll see an increase in the ranks of our FTE PSD officers, and they'll assume security for both the Marion Berry building and also the John A. Wilson building in FY27. The reduction in our contract security officers, what we'll do is we'll change there will be a reduction at some sites, but we'll also change the classifications and the types of officers that we use across our inventory. So you may see a switch from maybe an armed SPO to an unarmed SPO, or maybe an SPO to just a security officer, depending upon the threat assessment of that site. And again, our priority is to maintain those services at the most critical sites, especially when you're talking about the protection of staff and constituents.
And how are we monitoring the success of bringing more officers in-house? If certain metrics are met, will DGS be looking to further reduce the contracted officers in fiscal year 28?
There's a balance. I'm sure, as you're aware, it's incredibly difficult to hire law enforcement professionals in this environment. So we want to hire responsibly. Even 24, we floated as many, potentially looked at maybe upwards of 50, and we thought it would be incredibly difficult to hire 50 in one cycle. So we want to scale responsibly. Again, of the 24, 12 are in training now, and which is a 90-day training where they're trained on like district laws and DC code. They're outfitted with vests and certain firearm training and other laws and rules, first aid, CPR, all of those things to equip an officer with the ability to serve the public responsibly. And then we have 9 in the pipeline that are going through some form of background check or verification reference checks that'll start pretty soon. So what you'll see is they'll assume security again at Wilson Building and Marion Berry Building, and I think we'll look to replicate this more. We do value our contractors and the services that they provide. Again, there are almost 1,000 contracted security officers across our inventory, and I think including like actual officers, boots on the ground, there are about 100. So we can't close that gap. You'll always have both working in tandem for the foreseeable future.
Okay. And what assurances can DGS provide that our government buildings are going to be safe enough? I know this came up in the past, was a year ago or 2 years ago when we made the committee had made the reduction. I think it was like 2.7 million or something reduction in PSD. And I know that at that time we were told that that would reduce the footprint or jeopardize the safety of our government buildings. And so I know you don't want to be making this cut, but I'm curious how, this is a smaller cut. That was a smaller cut then. This is a larger cut now. So does that mean we'll have adequate PSD presence, especially in our government buildings? Because I know this is a question I'm going to get from colleagues if they see such a reduction, whether that's going to turn into safety issues here at the Wilson Building, but across government buildings.
Our approach has always been, in some cases, there'll still be a physical security officer or a guard there, but we may change the classification, again, maybe from a special police officer to a security officer. And the difference in that sometimes can be between $5 and $10 per hour, right? So, but let's say, hypothetically, if a SPO was $55 and a security officer was $48, we're able to, that's a $7 savings. So you still have a deterrent there, right? And then we're working with the client agencies that we serve to think of security more holistically. It's not just a guard, right? Good customer service, lighting, landscaping, your hours of operation, how you engage the public. Those are all deterrents that help with public safety. I will say, having, now been in this space from 2015 to present, we saw a dramatic increase immediately in the aftermath of COVID. And I think that was closely aligned with the increase just in violent crimes. And, we now have seen a decrease. So I do think there's an opportunity to right size. I've seen locations that have had incidents of violence where you have installed security that maybe we need to wind those down. Where maybe it's not needed. Maybe that was an outlier during COVID, but now as the city, with the work and the progress of MPD and others, this is a safer city than it was just 2 or 3 years ago, and certainly in the aftermath of COVID. So this may be an opportunity for us to right size. What you saw was dramatic growth in PSD's budget pre-COVID, and I'm gonna say maybe 2016, 2017 to like present. And I don't think that growth was both sustainable. And having been a frontline program operator, I know that security is a lot more than just staff, and there are
Right.
other ways to ensure a safe environment.
Can DGS provide breakdown of PSD's, I guess, current presence, changes to officers and hours, and I guess the new presence per facility?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Can you provide the breakdown of PSD's current presence
Yeah, we can,
and
absolutely.
changes like officers and hours and the new presence per facility?
Yes, we can.
Or what that presence looks like per facility?
We can.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I want to go to Portfolio Management Division. You mentioned the largest portion of DGS budget, 36% goes to leases and rental payments. I think Councilmember Henderson touched on this a little bit. I'm really excited to hear the efforts you all are undertaking in that regard. Do independent agencies hold more lease space than subordinate agencies?
Is to do they?
Do independent agencies or the quasi-independent agencies, do they hold more leased space than the subordinate agencies?
I would say it's a combination. We changed our approach to our great municipals. 10 years ago, 12 years ago, Reeve Center, 700,000 square feet, Daily building, well over 500,000 square feet. Marionberry building, our largest, at nearly 900,000 square feet. Of those, the Marionberry building remains. Both Daily and Reeve Center, again, that's probably 1.5, 1.6 million square feet. Many of those independent agencies were impacted, right? And those independent agencies moved into leased spaces. So that's just, and it was done with the best of intentions. The goal has been and is to spur economic development, in those areas. There's a development award for the Reeve Center, and the idea is that the community as a whole benefits from a revitalized Reeve Center that can hopefully be a new anchor for development along the 14th and U Street corridors. So that's the goal. It was done with noble purposes in mind that I think will come into fruition. What we've seen is that our independent agencies are not coming to the office at the same clip as executive agencies. We have a 4-1 mandate that is closely monitored through bad swipes. Our
Right.
independent agencies are not coming into that clip, and we've been directed by the Office of the City Administrator to look at consolidation plans for said agencies. So
Right.
the goal would be if we can consolidate the footprint of an independent agency that is not coming into the office at an acceptable rate, then as leases expire, right? Because leases are contracts, right? So you can't, cancel a lease without there being some severe financial consequences to the
That's right.
district. We wouldn't renew those leases, and then those agencies we would consolidate that footprint.
Okay. I'm really happy that this work is happening and the city administrator has directed you all as such. How long has it been since the district built a new municipal government building that it owned?
Wow. I can't. When you say municipal buildings, of course you have like a DDOT, a DPW, sort of like bus lot, like we're about to open our RC bus depot, on W Street. But in terms of like Reeves, Marionberry, Daly, but Wilson Building is a great municipal.
Yeah, that's right.
It's been well over 30 years.
The federal government downsizing has put many office spaces on the market or ready for demolition or renovation. Has DGS explored purchasing any of these spaces, particularly in areas that are in need of economic revitalization due to the federal government leaving?
Well, we have not more formally because we have very few agencies that are looking for new space. If you think about agencies, we've transitioned the entirety of agencies that were in the Reeve Center. We transitioned the entirety of agencies that were in Daly, right? And Daly, like MPD, relocated to Marionberry building, and then agencies like OCP, I'm sorry, not OCP, forgive me, OAG moved to lease space. So there aren't any agencies, there aren't many agencies like significant square footage, maybe 10, 15,000 here and there that are looking for new office space. I will say that going forward, especially as we look at consolidation and especially supporting downtown,
Mhm.
that there could be a presence for district government agencies. But with that being said, there have been benefits to us fanning out.
That's right.
Like we're in Northeast Heights in Ward 7. I'm sorry, you were Fruman, you were Councilmember Felder 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, they were right there, yeah.
I was looking at Ward 7.
Yeah.
But there's
That's right.
development that's happening,
That
I think,
helps,
as a
yeah.
result, in historic Anacostia, right, with
Correct.
DHCD, DC Health. So there are other benefits to us being
Being in different parts
decentralized
of the-
and not in the CBD.
Absolutely, yeah. A few months ago, DGS shared a summary of its 2019 land bank study. Although the data was outdated, the information the government learned from the study was very insightful. Do you think a new land bank study could be beneficial in identifying opportunities for development or cost savings within the district government's portfolio?
Yeah, I think definitely we want to look at utilizing any unused space. I will say there just isn't many. Like if you look at, and I'm glad you all had an opportunity to see that land bank study. I'm really proud that when you saw sites like Fletcher Johnson, that's being developed. You know, when you saw sites like Spingarn, that's being developed. When you saw sites like the old minor school, that's now an ECE, the old DPR headquarters on 16th Street, that's scheduled to be the Bancroft Annex expansion. So I'm really proud that we're activating spaces. There aren't many, but there are a few pockets, and we're open to working with Council DPR and maybe even private interest. The biggest opportunity I think you'll see in the coming years will be the United Medical Center site. Over 30 acres, Southern Avenue, Ward 8, presents tremendous opportunity. The mayor's budget allows us to do demo this summer or before the calendar year is out. And I think that'll position that site well for potential redevelopment for either housing or mixed use with retail.
Yeah. I want to turn to something portfolio related, but appears to be changes in the facilities operation and that is the occupancy fixed cost.
Mhm.
There appears to be a 24 million reduction in occupancy fixed costs in several clusters. 11.6 million in public education, 10.1 million in government operations, and a little over $1 million for parks and rec and public safety and justice. What is paid for in occupancy fixed cost and what is causing these decreases?
Okay, the occupancy fixed costs that you see are reductions, are those FMD reductions. It's how we classify FMD. They're an occupancy fixed cost.
Oh, okay. And why are the costs unchanged for human support services unlike other clusters?
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Why are the costs unchanged for human support services unlike the other clusters?
I need to look at that specific line item. I'm happy to do that and get back with the committee.
Okay. Turning to agency management, there is a 15% increase in legal services from fiscal year 26. It looks like there's one FTE added, bringing the total number up to 8 from 5.4 in fiscal year 25. Are those additional attorneys or just increases in?
We believe that needs to just be a technical adjustment to our Schedule A.
Okay, so these are not new attorneys or anything? Okay. There was a 5% reduction to the performance and strategic management, even though one FTE was added. What is this cut for?
It's probably just a realignment. Like there aren't any cuts to any positions. I think how they are reflected on our Schedule A has shifted, but we haven't had any significant increases or decreases in FTE authority. I think it's just how it's reflected in our budget.
Okay. As you all know, I want to, and we'll work with the budget office just to clarify what those things are. Everyone's
Yeah,
listening.
we're happy to do a crosswalk. I think, we want the committee to have a full understanding, and we could do a
Okay.
crosswalk between all of the acronyms and such.
To transition from operating to capital budgets, I want to talk about parks and outdoor spaces. DGS plays a central role in maintaining district parks and recreation facilities and in delivering capital improvements. The facilities operation budget for the Parks and Recreation cluster is to 28.1 million, essentially flat funded from the past 2 years. And it has 113 FTEs, second only to DCPS's 123 FTEs. Does DGS have FTEs separately dedicated to park maintenance and recreation facility maintenance? And if so, how many FTEs?
So how we allocate our FTE authority really services the entirety of our portfolio. So hypothetically, if you have an electrician, right, there are no electricians that are exclusively, dedicated just to DPR issues or DCPS issues. They work across the portfolio. It's really a function of how it's funded, right? So that FTE authority may sit on the DPR's allocation, but that electrician is going to be used more broadly across our portfolio. The only FTEs that are exclusively dedicated to DPR would be some of our custodial and our grounds team, right? Because of course, DCPS has janitorial authority, right? And many of our major municipal facilities like the Wilson Building or Marionberry Building, they rely on contract janitorial services. So you do have a number of FTEs, and I can get that specific number. I want to say it's probably somewhere on par of about 60 or so, right? That they are exclusively dedicated to cleaning DPR facilities and servicing their grounds, and then also providing certain mowing and beautification services that we do in-house versus what's done through contract services. So again, that FTE authority is really just a function of budgeting, but with the exception of those positions, all of our FTEs are used more broadly to service our entire portfolio.
Got it. And does DGS have separate dedicated funding for park maintenance and recreational facility maintenance?
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Do you all have separate dedicated funding for park maintenance and recreational facility maintenance?
I think you're looking at FTE authority. Again, it's really a function of how it's budgeted, right? There isn't. I can't say that there's like a specific like allocation for park versus recreation center funding. A lot of these budget was because I remember taking a close look at this when I first started at DPR way back when to try to understand, well, where are the FTEs at?
Right.
And then I learned, okay, well, really that's just a function of how it's budgeted.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to turn to we've been joined by our Ward 3 Councilmember Matt Frubin. I will turn to him for a round of questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Lewis George. And first, apologies. Your team reached out and asked, am I going to be here and what questions would I ask? And I didn't answer, but here I am. Apologies for that, but I don't think it'll be that difficult. And I'll start with a compliment, which is, I think the job that you have done and with the leadership that Councilmember Lewis George has shown, DGS today is in a completely different place than DGS was a number of years ago. And I think things are getting done. Work orders are being addressed. I think there's a lot to be proud of for you and for Councilmember Lewis George in the role that she and her team have played in that.
Thank you for that acknowledgement. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to try to check through some things pretty quickly and maybe linger on a couple. MacArthur, John Thompson.
Sure.
We on track for delivery in August? And then, yes, may the record reflect the director nodded yes. Where are we on the RFP process for the auditorium?
Okay.
Good afternoon or good morning still, Councilmember. Happy to report that we have awarded that contract and we're preparing to enter into our design. This is for the auditorium expansion.
And is this breaking news? Can you say who you awarded to and where the placement of the auditorium might be?
So we have awarded to, I believe it's MCN Build, the current contractor who's on site. Through the RFP process, we received a number of proposals and it was a very competitive process. And as far as the placement on the campus, I believe it's on the opposite side of where the current expansion is happening. But we're entering into a kickoff, I would say imminently within the next couple of weeks, kickoff design build meeting.
Is it on the field or is it on the area near the current cafeteria? Will it use up any of the field?
I'd have to check on that and circle back to you.
All right, great, but exciting that it's been granted. Turtle Park, where do you feel like we are on Turtle Park? I get a lot of, you've done a fair amount of work. I still am hearing about rodents as an example and flooding. And I'm curious, do you have things in the pipeline? How are you seeing where we're at vis-a-vis Turtle Park?
Sure, we have completed a small stormwater management project, and I think we're going to have to go back to the drawing board with DPR to fund more comprehensive improvements there.
Okay, well, let's be sure we do that. And I have heard that the stormwater management thing that you've done has worked
Mhm.
pretty well, particularly for that area, although I think there still can be flooding in other parts of the park. So let's stay on that. Guy Mason, you know, there's also been a kind of laundry list of things. Where do you feel like you stand on Guy Mason?
Mhm. Do you have specific questions about Guy Mason?
Maybe I'll come back to you on
Okay.
that. I mean, I think Jeffrey Russell, who's the Friends of Guy Mason, sent a long list of things. And I think there have been meetings on site about this. And I'm just wondering where you are, and maybe we'll get together in the next couple of
look
weeks.
at that. I know there was some specific requests, I think like for like netting, which is scheduled to be replaced on the baseball field. I'll be happy to take a look at those in particular.
Okay. Field maintenance. I'm curious, we hear a fair amount of controversy around grass fields versus turf fields. Have you done any kind of studies of what's the cost of maintenance over time between a grass field and a turf field?
We do. Grass is has significantly higher maintenance cost than turf because of things like irrigation, which is water, of course, mowing, the physical labor of mowing. We typically would do a once a season aeration of those spaces. Grass and infield dirt. Turf field is, natural grass fields are significantly more in terms of year-over-year maintenance. For official turf field, of course, there's installation cost, right, for the capital construction of said turf field, which are averaging now over $1 million. But you see significantly less cost for like utilities and manpower needed to maintain those fields over time.
I guess at some point I'd like to see those costs shown side by side.
We have some, we probably need to update. I think this was a topic of a hearing maybe 1 or 2 years ago, and we did a cost analysis. So in our formal follow-ups with BOH, we can share those.
And I will say, I mean, one of the costs, a significant cost to a grass field is labor, people maintaining it, labor.
That's right. Mhm.
And creating jobs isn't such a bad thing. So I would want to see the costs and think about the benefits of choosing between turf and grass going forward. I think this is going to continue to be an area of controversy. The last, and I'll use my 4 minutes on it, or maybe I will, Janney. So where we are on Janney, the skylight had issues and you're working on the skylight, then that creates a opening to deal with the HVAC system. And so I think you're planning to do that. And then the geothermal field to drive a new HVAC system. One question is, where do we stand on that? But as just laying a predicate, I met with people at Janney the other day, and they don't understand what's going on, and they don't understand what might be coming, including disruption. These are good things that you're doing, but disruption to their use of a significant area, what it means in terms of when work will start and how they will deal with it. This seems like a natural one to convene a community meeting and give people an update on where things stand. Are you open to doing something like that?
We'd work with DCPS on that, and we're happy to participate. But to answer your questions related to Janney, the skylight replacement, as you know, there was immediate remediation after the break. And that work will be completed this summer. And AD Croft can speak to geothermal wells and some of the other capital projects.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, Councilmember Fruman. Over DCPS spring break, a sample borehole was drilled at Janney, and we're waiting for the results. And the results will kind of tell us how many boreholes we would need for a new HVAC system at the site. And I think part of the confusion stems from the way we're hoping to finance Janney HVAC project. So it'd be through the energy savings performance contract. And we're toward the end, but we're still very deep in contract language with the various attorneys and with the financier of the contractor. And we're trying to strike a balance that both parties can agree to, that, you know, doesn't break any of the rules of DC government, but tries to mitigate some of the financier's risk where possible. So we're trying not to overpromise at Janney until we've all come to an agreement on the final contract language.
And is that with Energy Solutions? Is that with Energy Solutions?
A vendor, no, it's with our ESCO called CMTA. They've done a lot of our net zero energy schools engineering.
Okay. And the idea is, will they be generating energy that they're using in a different way? And so that's how you can make the financing work?
So the way the financing works is there's a capital contribution from district government. Right now, we've identified about 16.6 million, and we're looking for another 8 million or so. And that helps pay for the like really longer payback items, like ripping out a whole VRF system and installing geothermal. That paired with what are considered guaranteed savings, like energy and water savings over the 20-year term, help pay for the actual assets themselves.
When might work start happening? I know you did the test bores, but if work were going
Yeah.
to start happening, when would it happen?
So that's going to be dependent on when we're able to finalize these negotiations. And then that ESA, if we're able to finalize it, will go to council. We're looking at probably October council session if we're able to get there. And then as soon as that is executed, then we can start really nailing down the construction timeline. And part of it will depend on, you know, DCPS, and the school community, and like what their preferences are. Because we're kind of weighing, we want to minimize disruption, but of course, when you're drilling, you know, several boreholes, that can be a little loud, but also trying to get the school a new HVAC system sooner than later.
But it does sort of sound like not this summer, but the following summer might be a time where you'd want to start this kind of work.
Right. It's definitely not this summer, and maybe next summer. But I think there's such demand for a new HVAC. We've heard from the schools that there's a very small chance it could happen during the school year.
Okay, and that will be a conversation that we're having next year, including when the package comes to us. Last thing, just as you are thinking about this project, the area, I don't know whether you've visited the area or looked at photographs, and it's been made into a garden, and there's stormwater management, and there's a lot of different things there that are actually very important to the community. So what is the plan for restoration once you do this work? It doesn't have to be brought back identically, but can it come back with the same kinds of functions hosted as exist today?
So it all depends on the testing results and the number of boreholes we need to drill. So we want to avoid areas that would require intensive restoration, and also the area on the east side. However, we may not be able to, because we'll probably need at least 70 wells. So for like the stormwater area, yeah, I think that's going to be a conversation, because if we restore it, that would come from the guaranteed savings, which means we can do less scope. And as I understand it right now, the district is very limited in funding for stormwater maintenance, so like green infrastructure like that. So I think we'd want to like consider all these factors. The swing set we would take out and then put back in. There's been some conversation about eventually getting the school a new playground. But I think that, that requires money and time that is not available right now. So we would put like the swing set back as it was.
So I guess the biggest thing, and I've gone considerably over, is, and we need to talk with DCPS about this, but educating the community about what kinds of things are being contemplated and making sure that you have a sense from the community of what their priorities are coming out of it, I think is important to do. An ounce of prevention can avoid a pound of cure. So let's get together.
Yep. Sounds
All
good.
right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
problem.
Chairperson.
Thank you. I want to talk about capital construction, and I'll start with net zero. As you know, the council passed the net zero emergency legislation in the spring for the purpose of allowing, for the sole purpose of allowing the capital improvement plan to be budgeted according to updated and modified standards. I have a list that notes which capital projects that are exempt from certain net zero requirements comply with net zero and have enough funds to comply with net zero, or need funds to comply with net zero. What I don't have but need is which project budgets were modified to bring them into compliance based on the new exemptions and standards, and which projects do not have enough funding to be in compliance, and how much it will cost to do so. Can DGS and the City Administrator's Office get me those numbers very soon?
Yes, we can. If you have if you have specific questions, we're happy to do just that.
Okay, because as we finalize the permanent bill, I need evidence that the executive is following and budgeting for the new standards and is no longer avoiding the Greener Building Advisory Council when it feels GBAC will require additional changes.
That's right. And what I can tell you anecdotally, like I'll highlight Rumsey as an example, the community and council member, they've already thought like, okay, well, wow, maybe we can make additional improvements to the promenade, right? Connectivity to the Eastern Market, historic Eastern Market site, maybe more improvements along, I think it's C Street, right, to connect to the community. So they're already looking at how we can repurpose savings from the change in regulatory compliance to improve the overall project.
Yeah. And I wanted to check on 3 net zero infrastructure enhancements we put in the fiscal year 26 budget. The $2.2 million for the new community center at historic the Crummell School in Ward 5. The $2.6 million for the Fort Davis Recreation Center modernization in Ward 7. And then the $5 million for the Congress Heights Recreation Center modernization in Ward 8. I've been told that Congress Heights Recreation Center will now meet NZE requirements after multiple revisions due to GBAC feedback. So I wanted to see, have those infrastructure enhancement dollars that we put in the 26 budget, have they been utilized for net zero? And then wanted to confirm, as far as the Congress Heights, that project will not include a pool. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. So that project will not include a pool, and it has received GBAC. Or at least we've used, to answer your question regarding the funding, we have used the funds to ensure that the project will meet net zero.
Okay. And is that the same for the new the Crummell School for Davison as well?
That's correct.
Okay. When does DGS expect to present to GBAC on an exemption for the community center at the Crummell School, or has that already happened?
I believe we are looking in June is the next session.
Yeah.
Correct me.
Early June.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were hoping for it to be sooner. We were hoping for a session in May, but June is the earliest we can accomplish.
Okay. I'm only asking because I want to make sure if the exemption is granted to Crummell, I want to make sure all 3 projects have sufficient funds to comply with net zero.
Yes.
If I need to put in net zero funding this year, I cannot emphasize enough that what happened last year with Congress Heights can't happen again. And so the cost of net zero needs to be accurate, and funding must go to net zero infrastructure and only net zero infrastructure. If down the line net zero is no longer pursued for a project, I think this committee is going to decide what the net zero money is going to go to.
I do want to flag that even if a building is not supposed to be net zero energy, it still has to be in compliance with BEPS. So I would just be cautious about, we wouldn't want to like strip money that would otherwise be used to deliver a high energy performing building. So even if, and you know, with all the different components of net zero energy, are like something DGS is really focused on is reducing the building's overall energy use. And I would still be encouraging project teams to do that wherever possible.
Right, and to, yes, to continue off of that line, I would say that the funding we receive is interwoven, net zero is interwoven into the overall construction project. So we're touching HVAC systems, we're touching, facades, roofing, et cetera. And so it would be difficult, I think, on the back end to say, well, these particular costs are exactly what the net zero or not achieving net zero are, and to strip them out of the project at a later date, I think would be detrimental to the project, especially once we've completed design and received our permits.
And to that point, some have actually, it's the additional funding has helped us to achieve the net zero standard. While no pool at Congress Heights is slated to be net zero. And while Fort Davis won't be true net zero, and we received an exemption for Teddy and SETI, we did make improvements to the design and maximize efficiency. So those funds were, put to good use. But again, we can provide a full breakdown of those projects. And right now we're tracking 3: Congress Heights, Fort Davis, and Cromell.
Okay. I wanted to ask also about some of the small caps, DCPS small caps. 8 of 9 projects, it looks like the pooled capital projects in DCPS, these include ADA compliance, athletic facilities, HVAC replacement, life safety, major repairs and maintenance, roof repairs, and window replacements. It looks like 8 of 9 projects were cut. So HVAC is the only increase, jumping by 12.9 million. The fiscal year 27 CIP cites Garnett Patterson and School Without Walls projects as the spin plan. The deepest cuts in percentage terms are major repairs at 99.7, which is essentially zeroing it out, life and safety, and athletic facilities. Each of these pool projects has a spending plan for the fiscal year. And safety, start with how the spending plan and athletic facilities. How are the projects selected and prioritized, and who's involved?
This involves close coordination between the DGS capital team and DCPS capital team on those priorities, and they take into account everything from school population, the greatest need, the age and the condition of that asset. And we then work very closely with the budget team from OCA to determine, well, what can we afford and what can be funded. So while you do see an overall reduction for what is proposed for FY27, there are some projects that are in the pipeline that will deliver, including elevator upgrades at Check, the Emory School, Garnett Patterson, Hardy, Lafayette, and also Moton. So there are projects that were in the pipeline
that will be delivered.
That'll be coupled with new projects like Sousa.
Okay, got you. And so, and is ODR, also disability rights, involved in the American with Disability Act project for DCPS?
They provide some. I think we coordinate with ODR. I know they primarily will sometimes do their own assessments and will flag, and then we take the advisement seriously, and we work with DCPS to inform, what we seek for funding, and that ultimately informs what is funded.
Got it. I looked at these pooled project budgets since fiscal year '23, and I found that quite a few of them have a low spending rate, resulting in large outstanding balances. For example, life and safety has a spending rate of 44%, increasing its balance by over 10 million between fiscal year '23 and fiscal year '26. The only projects with a spending rate above 60% are HVAC replacement, which grew its balance by 26 million, and major repairs and maintenance, which grew its budget by 11 million. I know the fiscal year '26 funds still have time to be encumbered or spent, and that projects that were funded in previous years may not be spent yet. But even for the fully completed years with completed spending plans, the funds spent and encumbered were less than the budgets. These match the projects with the largest pileups in their existing balances. Here, is the project's current balance considered when creating the spending plan? So the cuts appear to be the district's drawing down on accumulated balances rather than abandoning the work.
Well, what we've seen, I'll speak to some of those unencumbered or unobligated balances for, let's say, like a elevator replacement project. Let's say that's like 1.2 million. And I looked into this closely in preparation. What we're finding is that many of those projects are either, projects are in three phases within DGS: planning, construction, and then closeout. Right. Some of these projects are in the planning and design phase, and we have not obligated the construction dollars just yet. So while I would prefer that the delivery will be a little, more even, again, I share with you what was in the pipeline. It's just a function of where we are in the planning and design phase for many of these projects. But, I am confident, and the public should be confident, that we are delivering on these small capital projects, and we treat them with the same level of intensity and resources as we do with our major modernizations across DCPS's portfolio.
At what stage are capital projects cost encumbered?
Excuse me?
At what stage are capital project cost encumbered?
So once we get to that phase, so if we're in construction and we're still permitting, right, again, if it's a $1.1 million and we're spending $200,000 on design and permitting, then once we advance to the actual construction, then we'll release those funds to a general contractor for them to pay for labor and then procure the materials. And that protects us, because if we obligate and issue purchase orders for the entire amount up front, then it's I don't think it accurately reflects the work, and then we don't want any billing beyond what is necessary for that phase. Can you add to that, Mr. Headley?
That's correct, Director. So many of our contracts are design build. And so for the first phase of the project, it's in design. We're spending only on the design costs.
Yeah.
Once we have a design in place, we would then work with that general contractor to build the GMP, which is whatever that ultimate cost is going to be. So we would not necessarily know. I mean, we have an estimate upfront what the projected construction cost would be, but we wouldn't have an accurate account of that until design's done. And at that point, once both DGS and the contractor would agree to that construction cost, that's when we would enter into a GMP, which would obligate the construction costs to the GC at that time. And the time frame for that usually is about 9 to 12 months after an award.
Got it. So what happens if the cost at this stage of encumberment is larger than the budget that you may have had several fiscal years ago?
At that point, we would go through a value engineering exercise or a scope reduction exercise. And, we've had several of those we've been discussing, correct? So there are interval check-in points along the way with the general contractor, but oftentimes we don't really get a really good read on what that final cost is going to be until the documents are about 65% or more complete.
Okay. Do you all have a list of all the completed projects by fiscal year?
We can provide that.
Okay.
Yes.
In some cases, it looks like the spending plan takes up the entire budget, which I wonder if it's just somewhere else. So for example, the 1.5 million budget for ADA compliance will be spent all on an elevator for Sousa, it looks like. In those cases, is the plan to use the high outstanding budgets to pay for unfunded issues that arise during the fiscal year?
Could you repeat the question?
So if we're using the entire ADA compliance, I guess 1.5 million budget will be spent, it's supposed to be spent on Sousa elevator. Is the plan to use the high outstanding budgets to pay for unfunded issues that arise during the fiscal year?
I mean, generally, especially with the smaller projects, elevators, HVAC replacement that we do on a regular basis, our team have a very good understanding of where the budget is because we've done it so many times. And so, and the 1.5 for Sousa, for instance, we can anticipate that we'll spend all of that on that project. And since it's a pooled project, if there's any additional funds left over and there's another need elsewhere, we'll look to do a reprogramming or a request to our client agency to move that fund elsewhere to bridge a gap.
Okay. Is DGS going to tap into the 10.3 million balance to do ADA compliance, additional ADA compliance projects?
I'm not, the 10.3 balance from what line?
The other day, I think Jim Budoff from our budget office said that ADA had a small cap pooled project. And it was about $10.3 million in it. Am I right? From
So we do have a spend plan for that that we can provide. There are a number of schools that are on that list that would utilize that balance.
Okay. Can you also work with ODR around that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because right now the spend plan has one elevator. So I was like, the one elevator is, yeah, but if you have $10.3 million for ADA projects, then the spend plan should include more than just Sousa.
That's right.
It should include ideally some other ADA projects that we know we need across the portfolio.
That's right. So we can provide that, but many of those are currently in design, and so that's why you're not seeing.
That's why we're
the
not seeing
full
them in the spend plan.
Like I have a breakdown of like check elevators in design for 1.5 million, a Garrison 88 connector, 3.8 million, Hardy elevator in design for 1.5.
Okay.
And so on and so forth. So again, those balances that you see and these projects will be completed in FY27. So immediately as you cross the fiscal year, we get permits. These will go from design to construction. Then all of those balances it'll go from, you'll see a high balance to almost no balance, right? Because now they're being obligated. Purchase orders are being issued for construction.
Okay, final stretch. Archives.
Yeah.
The archives has all of its funding from last year, which is great. But the CIP moves the money around over the plan, which creates some gaps in funding from year to year. For example, there's money in fiscal year 29, no money in fiscal year 20, in fiscal year 30, and then money again in fiscal year 31. During public testimony, we heard concerns about how funding gaps such as these make capital planning and delivery difficult. Do you share those concerns, and can you elaborate on why or why not? And do any other capital projects have funding gaps like the archives does?
Yeah, absolutely. We do share those concerns. We currently have some funding for the archives that will get us started. We anticipate using our current balance to continue the improvements to the structure below the garage, as well as pursuing demolition of the larger existing building. We've done some abatement within the existing structure. The way the project is being funded, it creates a gap for us in, I think, 2030. Ideally, we would like to have the money move forward. That was one of the requests that we had made in the CIP, into FY27 CIP. Having the projects spread out over 5 years increase not only our overhead or the contractor's overhead, it also increases or the project faces challenge of increased cost escalation. Ideally for us, we'd like to have all of the funding by FY30. That would help us to most efficiently streamline construction. And so, yes, we do agree with those sentiments.
Yeah, the archives has been a huge project. Many people are invested in it, myself, including Councilmember Bonds, chairman and others. Would it be helpful for DGS if I worked with the chairman and Councilmember Bonds, who has oversight over the Office of Secretary, to remove the funding gaps in the out years?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we can provide what we think is the best allocations to make that happen.
Okay, thank you. Upshur Recreation, what is the timeline for completing the Upshur Recreation project?
Sure, we'll start the playground repairs this month, right? We'll start the pool repairs after the pool season. In coordination with DPR, it was decided that we should delay that construction to allow for another pool season because of the other active construction pool projects. So that work will kick into high gear after this summer. And typically it's about 18 to 24 months of construction.
Okay. Friends of Lafayette Pointer and ANC 34G are concerned about the planned approach for phase 2 of the erosion project. It seems the current design focuses on moving water away from the lower field rather than addressing the root causes of the flowing water on the upper field. In addition, the current plans require both fields to be offline at the same time, meaning the only space available will be the new field at the elementary school, which we need to be careful of not overusing with DCPS, DPR, and public use. I know DGS and DPR have met with community members and done walkthroughs several times, but I'm hearing the plans have shifted much in response to the community, that the plans haven't shifted much in response to community concerns. Can DGS work with DPR and the community to come up with a plan that addresses the upper field, and just let me know if any additional funding is needed to do so?
Yes, we will.
Okay. And then ending where I wanted to around just, we've had conversation about it sounds like the sustainability funding that is available, the matching sustainability funding, the 60 million, we've only utilized 3 million. That would be under the purview of DOEE, not DGS.
That's correct.
Okay. But am I correct in DGS is actively working to figure out how sustainability could also help us save money over time in utilities with our government buildings?
That's correct. We're always implementing and planning out the next energy efficiency project. I'll just say it does, like, from planning to design to execution, does take some time.
Okay. And then my understanding, then with the schools, I will follow up with DCPS in order to make them come into compliance with zero waste, the zero waste law.
Oh, sorry, what was the question?
I should go to DCPS around zero waste, because a lot of it is opt-in from the schools versus DGS, not DGS saying you can't do it, but schools only having a few schools saying they can do it.
Yeah, I think that just the schools have a lot of conflicting interests, and
Gotcha.
it's just hard for them to prioritize it. So, we welcome any partnership.
Okay. All right, checking to see if there's anything else. I don't have anything. All right. All right, Director Hunter, I'll let you have the last word.
I just want to thank you and your staff. I want to thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for your continued partnership and collaboration. Again, I think over the tenure of your chairmanship, we've been able to establish trust. I want to thank you, and I want to thank Sebastian and others from your staff. I mentioned all the names, but I want to thank the entire team for just your professionalism and your collaboration. And I want to thank, again, my colleagues at DGS for their partnership, the whole of government, our client agencies, my team at DPR, former team at DPR to the right, for their partnership. And again, just last but not least, as a point of personal privilege, I really want to thank the mayor for her leadership over the last 12 years. I continue to be inspired by her courageousness, her true love of the District of Columbia. It's inspired me over the last decade or so, nearly 12 years. And I'm forever grateful for the example that she has set and for the trust she's placed in me. And again, it's been a great honor just to serve the residents of the District of Columbia, my hometown. So I just want to end on that note. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to take a short break and then we'll turn to the budget oversight hearing for DPR government witnesses. Thank you to the Department of General Services, to the executive team and all of the members of your agency. Thank you. All right. All right. We are now turning to our Departments of Park and Recreation budget oversight hearing. We have our DPR government witnesses here with us, led by Thene Freeman, Director of Department of Parks and Recreation. Thank you for being here today. Director, before you begin your testimony, I'm going to administer an oath to you and your team. If you all could just raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give to committee on the facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Thank you. You may begin your testimony.
George, and members of the Committee on Facilities, and members of the public that are joining us today, especially our seniors who are watching from our many facilities and are my accountability partners in this space. I'm here today to testify on Mayor Muriel Bowser's fiscal year 27 Grow DC budget, as well as the FY 26 supplemental budget. I want to thank Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor for Education Paul Kine for their service and leadership in creating these guiding documents. These budgets meet the pivotal moment with thoughtful, strategic investments that allow DPR to continue delivering the high-quality programs and services that residents expect. This is the reason we are the #1 ranked park system in the United States for the past 5 years. DPR's mission is to provide all DC residents with equitable access to high-quality recreation programs, services, and facilities across all 8 wards. Our work is guided by our bold vision to be the premier parks and recreation system in the nation and the place to be in the district where fun happens safely. Our professional recreators operate an expansive inventory of amenities for Washingtonians, visitors, and guests, including 80 recreation centers, 36 pools and aquatic centers, 20 dog parks, 244 park sites, 7 urban farms, and 38 community gardens. DPR's award-winning programs and service delivery is documented the benefits in safety, health, and fitness, food security, beautification, environmental sustainability, and athletics to our communities. As we continue to evolve and innovate to deliver for the residents of our world-class city. This year's budget recognizes that we are operating in a different fiscal environment than in the past decade. Even with these constraints, the FY 27 proposed budget preserves DPR's ability to offer the programs, events, and services that make families choose to stay in DC and make new residents want to call DC home. #we play too much. But we take our mission seriously. Every day we deliver real results that enhance residents' health, well-being, and quality of life. This budget ensures we can continue to do so in FY 27. At this time, I'd like to play a video that shows and highlights the great work that DPR dedicated staff do daily.
And we have a lot to be proud of about our recreation in DC. We have the #1 parks and recreation system.
Thank you. Before turning to the FY27 budget, I want to highlight the FY26 supplemental budget, B26-0663, fiscal year 2026, revised local budget temporary act of 2026. The supplemental budget provides $1.7 million through new funds and internal savings to support DPR's continued operations of the Fort DuPont Ice Arena. Since opening in December 2025, the arena has already welcomed an overwhelming 6,000 visitors and has quickly become a cherished community asset. We have hosted themed skating nights, community events with partners such as the DC Fire and Emergency Medical Services, and we now have a DCPS fifth graders Learn to Skate program that we're truly proud of. A growing lineup of both on ice and off ice programs. On April 6th, we launched again our Learn to Skate program with DCPS, partnering with Monumental Sports to teach 3,500 fifth graders how to ice skate over the next 2 months. Students are transported from their schools to the arena during the school day, ensuring equitable access for students across the city to this new, exciting opportunity. We are also advancing partnership agreements to make Fort DuPont the home of ice hockey teams and additional community-based programming. And this summer, we're excited to host DPR summer camps at the arena. These supplemental funds ensure that we can continue operating this new wonderful amenity for the district residents to enjoy as we position the Fort DuPont Ice Arena to remain a vibrant hub for recreation, learning, and community building for years to come. Turning to the FY26 budget. This budget funds DPR so that we can continue to provide high-quality offerings at recreation centers, aquatic centers, and parks that are an essential part of daily life in every ward. We operate 7 days a week and support innumerable activities, programs, events, and community gatherings. The investments in this year's budget ensure that we can keep sites open, fully staffed, and vibrant. These are important gathering spaces where residents come to learn, play, connect, and thrive. The scale of what we deliver each year is clear. In FY25, DPR supported over 2.2 million visitors, more than 679,000 visits at our aquatic facilities, over 106,000 participants at our special events, nearly 45,000 customer calls received by our team, and more than 42,000 permits issued for fields, parks, and our facilities. These numbers reflect the citywide demand for recreation and the vital role that our agency plays in meeting it. Every dollar in this operating budget helps ensure that DPR continues to provide the accessible programs, welcoming spaces, and high-quality services that Washingtonians rely on daily. While there has been commentary regarding the top-line figures on the cover page of DPR's proposed budget, I appreciate the opportunity to provide context. I want to assure the council and residents that this budget fully supports our ability to maintain the high level of service and wide range of programs that the community has come to expect. Youth engagement. Our approach is rooted in the belief that recreation is prevention. Recreation is prevention. Recreation is prevention. And giving teens high energy, welcoming spaces to gather strengthens community, builds connections, and keep young people engaged in experiences that support their growth. We remain deeply committed to providing teens across the district with safe, fun, and engaging opportunities, especially during the hours when young people benefit most from the positive options. This commitment is reflected in our youth development programs across the city. Our Young Ladies on the Rise and our Young Men Future Leaders serve children ages 6 to 13 at dozens of locations, offering weekly leisure, social, educational, and community service activities designed to help participants grow into confident, connected, and productive young adults. This is at no cost to our families. For older youth, our Supreme Teens provides teen ages 13 to 18 weekly opportunities at more than 15 sites across the district. engaging them in enriching activities and leadership building experiences, also at no cost. With these programs and many others, DPR is creating positive pathways for young people at every stage of development. One of the cornerstones of this work is our Late Night Hype, a carnival-inspired evening experience created by DPR in 2021. What began as a bold idea to keep recreation centers open overnight during the summer months has evolved into a flexible, year-round model that adapts to the needs of teens and young adults. Late Night Hype transformed recreation centers and surrounding spaces into vibrant hubs filled with music, dancing, games, food, live performances, and interactive activities. The young people who attend these events love and crave them. We are the subject matter experts on youth development and meeting young people where they are. With Late Night Hype is just one example on how we serve not just the young people themselves, but every district resident who calls on DPR to provide these spaces for young people. As we know, these events draw more than 1,000 attendees and give young people a safe place to simply show up, have fun, and be themselves. The success of Late Night Hype has also inspired a series of related youth-focused experiences that extend its impact throughout the year. This spring, we hosted Teen Spring Jam, a 4-night series over 2 weekends in April of 2026 that brought hundreds of teens together for themed activities and after-hours fun. Actually, there were a total of 6,000 young people who attended those 4 nights. We look forward to continuing our Late Night Hype series in summer 2026. And this will again be a central part of DPR's youth engagement strategy, offering teens weekly opportunities to connect with peers in supervised, energetic environments close to home. The program has grown into a nationally recognized model shared with recreation centers across the country, where we've provided technical assistance for other jurisdictions to implement Late Night Hypes. It stands as a testament to what is possible when we design recreation with young people at the center. Through Late Night Hype and its companion programs, we continue to show up, we continue to invest in our teams, we continue to provide positive outlets, we continue to create spaces where they feel welcome and the entire city benefits. The FY27 budget provides DPR with resources so that DPR's roving leaders can continue to play a critical role in supporting youth across the district by providing consistent outreach, leadership, mentorship, and recreation-based engagement. In FY25, the team visited schools more than 3,500 times and connected with over 126,000 young people through year-round programming. Roving leaders use recreation as a tool for prevention, bringing mobile activities like the Skate Mobile, Fun Day, Jumbo Games, and e-gaming directly into schools, neighborhoods, and community events. They also offer conflict resolution, mediation, social service referrals, and small group programs such as the Violence Prevention Program and self-esteem groups. These efforts help youth build confidence, strengthen peer relationships, and access positive alternatives in every ward. We are delighted to share that we received a grant from the National Recreation and Parks Association for our roving leaders to continue this work. DPR is proud to serve the district's older adults with a rich calendar of programs and special events to promote the wellness, community connection, and joyful recreation. I am speaking of our delightful Senior Services Division. Throughout the year, our Senior Services Division delivers an impressive lineup of activities designed to keep seniors active, engaged, and supported. These offerings range from DPR Senior Day programs held at more than 30 centers across the district to the DC Senior Games, a qualifying event for National Senior Games. Our Seenagers, as we affectionately call them, enjoy social gatherings like Senior Kickback Easter Jams, Bingo on the Lawn, and our annual Senior Fest, hosted in partnership with the Department of Aging and Community Living. This year's Senior Fest will take place in just a couple of weeks on Wednesday, May 20th, and will bring together more than 2,000 district seniors for a full day of music, hands-on demonstrations, health resources, vendors, and community celebration. DPR also provides unique cultural and recreational experiences through our highly popular senior cruise, offering scenic views, entertainment, and fellowship on the beautiful water. As summer approaches, we continue that momentum with senior drip pool parties, senior fun camp at Camp Riverview, which is an overnight camp at our Camp Riverview 75 miles away, in addition to financial literacy, educational workshops that empower older residents with new knowledge and technology. Each of these programs reflect our commitment to ensuring that seniors across all 8 wards have access to meaningful, enjoyable, and enriching opportunities year-round. Moving to our nutrition and environment. The benefits DPR brings to district residents reach far past our physical facilities. Ensuring that young people receive nutritious meals is essential to supporting their development, helping them stay alert, confident, and prepared for everyday challenges. In FY25, we continue this commitment to addressing food insecurity and promoting healthy eating across the district. Through our summer meals programs, we served nearly 185,000 meals to children at 82 sites citywide, ensuring young people had consistent access to healthy food throughout the summer months. Our after-school meals program provided an additional 105,000 meals, extending that support into the school year. DPR's environmental and urban agricultural programs further advance food security district-wide. Last year, our teams supported 117 donation events, distributing nearly 100,000 pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables grown through our community gardens and urban farms. With the help of nearly 1,500 registered volunteers. From May through November, we also host a weekly veggie giveaway. This offers residents regular access to free produce. Collectively, these programs empower residents to grow their own food, foster environmental stewardship, and ensure healthy options are accessible in every ward. These efforts reflect DPR's holistic approach to building a healthier, more resilient community. Moving to our summer camps. DPR summer camps remain one of the most impactful offerings, giving thousands of youth safe, enriching, joyful experiences throughout the summer months. Our camps play a key role in supporting whole child development by blending recreation, learning, and wellness in environments that encourage teamwork, communication, confidence, and creativity. DPR's commitment to inclusion ensures that youth of all abilities can fully participate, with specialized supports available to every child so that they can engage in meaningful and safe activities. Each year, we offer a wide range of full-day programs that spark curiosity, build skills, promote physical activity, and create long-lasting friendships with parents and young people. This year, DPR continued to expand opportunities for our middle school youth through Camp Around Town, a new initiative designed specifically for our tweens ages 11 to 13. By partnering with local community-based organizations, DPR is able to extend our reach, respond to community demand for more tween camps, and deliver specialized programming in STEAM, health science, and the arts at locations beyond our traditional recreation centers. These partnerships broaden the city summer camp landscape and give families more options to match their children's interests. I'd now like to turn to our capital budget. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY26 to FY32 capital improvement plan, guided by the Ready to Play master plan, continues to make strategic, community-driven investments that strengthen our infrastructure, expand access to high-quality recreation, and ensure our facilities remain safe, modern, and welcoming to all residents. These resources allow DPR to advance longstanding priorities while also launching transformational new projects across the district. Residents who wish to learn more about implementation of the Ready to Play master plan can now find our dashboard that tracks our progress at thereadytoplay.com. I'd like to discuss some of our dedicated projects. The 6-year capital improvement plan covering FY '27 through FY '32 includes several major targeted investments that will allow DPR to continue to deliver recreational opportunities for residents throughout the district. The complex at RFK. The district is investing $77 million to develop a new world-class complex at RFK as part of the new stadium that will bring the Washington Commanders football team home to DC. This destination facility will offer residents exceptional new amenities, including an Olympic-sized pool, an indoor track, multi-sport courts and fields, climbing facilities, esports, and fitness spaces. This will further allow us to invest in youth and sports for all ages by hosting track meets, gymnastics, and cheer competitions, in addition to swim meets. When completed, it will serve residents, schools, and athletes of all ages, creating a long-awaited hub for recreation competition and training right here in the district. Anacostia Recreation Center. The capital improvement plan includes $2 million to upgrade the historic Anacostia Recreation Center and outdoor pool, preserving the character of the important community anchor while modernizing the amenities on which our residents strongly rely. Duke Ellington Historic Field Houses. Following the renovation of the Duke Ellington Field, this additional $1.5 million investment will allow us to modernize the 2 historic field houses so they can fully function as public facilities that support programs, events, and daily park use. Kenilworth Parkside Planning and Design. With this transfer of the 125-acre Kenilworth Park north from the National Park Service, the district will now be nearing completion. We are investing in this better space to better serve DC residents. The district is allocating $4 million for the master plan of the 125-acre site that expands access to nature and recreation year-round. Lederer Urban Agricultural Center. Our proposed budget of $1 million will allow us to design a new urban agricultural center proposed to include a commercial kitchen, classrooms, and a rooftop design. In addition, it will allow us to collaborate with DOES for programming. Turkey Thicket Recreation Center. A total of $11.6 million will support major modernizations of one of our most visited and highly frequented sites and highly permitted sites. We're excited about these funds that will deliver upgrades and preserve the facility's ability to serve residents for years to come. In addition to these major investments tied to specific sites in the capital plan, the budget also includes funds for pooled projects. This includes several sites in one line item. These pooled projects include $3.91 million for athletic fields and park improvements. Upgrades will be made to the Harry Thomas Senior Recreation Center field in Ward 5, the Lamont Recreation Center field in Ward 4, and athletic fields, this and an additional $1.5 million to install and replace athletic field netting at multiple locations throughout the district. Erosion remediation. There is $4 million to address erosion issues, to address the longstanding issues and challenges at Friendship Turtle Park in Ward 3. HVAC replacement, $4 million. $4 million for HVAC work will support new systems at Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center located in Ward 4, Chevy Chase Recreation Center located in Ward 3, Anacostia Recreation Center located in Ward 8, Banneker Recreation Center located in Ward 1, and Deanwood Recreation Center located in Ward 7. Playground equipment, $1.9 million for new playground equipment at Bald Eagle in Ward 8, Fort Greble in Ward 8, and Pope Branch Park in Ward 7. Roof replacement, $3 million for new roofs at Hamilton Recreation Center in Ward 4, North Michigan Park Recreation Center in Ward 5, Sherwood Recreation Center located in Ward 6, and Chevy Chase Recreation Center located in Ward 3. There's $75,000 to rebuild the Fort Stevens Community Garden in Ward 4, ensuring residents can continue to grow, gather, and enjoy this important neighborhood space. In closing, DPR remains steadfast in our commitment to delivering high-quality recreation, expanding access to opportunity, and creating spaces where residents of all ages have the ability to thrive. These investments in this budget will allow us to continue to operate safe, vibrant facilities, offering trusted programs for youth, families, and seniors, and advancing the innovative, community-centered work that has made Washington, D.C. the nation's top park system for the last 5 years. Our team is dedicated. We have a dedicated team of recreators that are professionals. They show up every day with purpose and passion. The work is reflected in the millions of moments of joy, connection, and growth that happen at all of our sites across all 8 wards. Chairperson Lewis Joyce, I'd like to thank you and the members of your committee for your continued partnership. I'd also like to recognize DPR's Capital Projects Planning and Design Officer, Brent Cisco, our agency fiscal officer, Rosemarie Chiwa, the entire budget team at DPR. Our entire agency stands ready to work with you to ensure that every resident, whether a toddler learning to swim, a teen finding belonging, a teenager staying active, or family enjoying their neighborhood park, has access to programs and places and spaces where they can strengthen our communities and grow. I appreciate your time, and at this time, I welcome any of your questions.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you to your senior team, but thank you to all the members of DPR who serve our city. I want to start with changes to personnel and FTEs. Top line, DPR's FTE count in fiscal year 27 is reduced by what it looks like to me, 146 FTEs from 983 to 837, which is about a reduction of about 15%. There are a lot of numbers here, but bear with me because I just want to make sure we get this right, as these FTEs are people's jobs. Looking at the different types of FTEs we have, it looks like continuing full-time, we have an addition of 69, or up 14%. That's accurate?
So actually, what we did was a cleanup of our FTE count. We went in and we looked at dormant positions. As you know, we hire about approximately 600 people during the summer. And so we sunset some of those positions. And what we did, we renamed our position to align appropriately with what the staff actually do. And so what you see is a sunset of old positions that were not actually used, if that makes sense. We have the ability to hire multiple staff to one FTE during the summer. So this was sunsetting so that our budget could accurately reflect what is actually happening and the true number that is serving.
Okay, so when I look, there's the continuing full-time, there's temporary full-time, which was an addition of 51, up from 0. There's continuing part-time that had a reduction of 7, and then temporary part-time had an addition of 149, or 1,241%. When actually employed, reduction of 410, or 100%. So I guess there's a lot of numbers with big and small decreases here and there. So all those reductions, the 145 FTEs totals, are those in vacancies in dormant positions?
Correct. What we did, we worked with our AFO and our budget office and our HR office and DCHR to clean up our Schedule A. We were holding positions that weren't funded, weren't utilized, and they were empty pins. And so there were positions that no longer exist. And so we wanted to clean those up
Got it.
so that we could appropriately tell the story, so you can see actually what we're doing. And so
Okay,
it was an arduous task, but it was necessary.
great. So our staffing level is going to be at the same level as fiscal year 26?
Absolutely.
Okay. And were any of those positions being held for vacancy savings?
Absolutely. But again, we kept what was necessary because we wanted to tell the true story.
Okay. And so now with the new sort of base level of positions, since you all have reorganized, how many of the FTEs are vacancies, how many are filled positions, and how many FTEs are being reassigned to other jobs within DPR?
So with the ones that we sunset, because what was happening, the ones that we sunset no longer fill the agency's needs. So we were submitting requests for new pins to support positions that we do need. With that, we were finding, again, those positions were sunset, had not been filled for years. So this was basically just a cleanup.
Okay.
So when the question is asked, well, why didn't you fill this position? It's because it's not a position that the agency.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this sounds smart. I want to ask, if budget pressures arise, now that we won't have, none of those positions are sort of going to create vacancy savings for us. If budget pressures arise, how is DPR going to address them without vacancy savings?
We still will have vacancy savings.
Okay,
Yes, we didn't eliminate the vacancy savings. We were smart about the way we did it. It's just we were carrying about 1,100 FTEs.
okay.
And
And so you all reduced that to?
correct.
Okay. How many FTEs did you reduce that to?
983 to about 887, I believe.
We went from 983 to 837.
Okay. Got you. Okay, I want to go through some of the type of FTEs. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
Which is still more than what we carried and what we did in FY25. So if you see from FY20, there's not actually a reduction. It's just the cleanup.
Got you. Okay. Looking at type of FTEs, lifeguards are temporary full-time. Is that where they are currently? Do they currently fall under temporary full-time?
So
Or the vast majority of them?
we have full-time, then we have temporary full-time. I think one of the nomenclatures that we reduced was summer worker part-time. So we reduced that to temporary full-time.
Okay.
That also allows us, when we do have attrition and we do have the vacancy savings, we can extend. Remember the lifeguards, how we usually would keep them? So they're no longer under one title that may say, well, why'd you keep this person? We have a little more flexibility and it's easier to identify them.
Okay. So they're recategorized to temporary full-time. And how many of our lifeguards are full-time?
I believe
And are there any vacancies in our full-time lifeguards?
we have about 137 full-times. We do have some vacancies. We partnered with we met with our community, OCC and FEMS, because we recognize that our lifeguards have the same capabilities as first responders. And so while our lifeguard positions may only go to a grade 7, there's an opportunity for them to make more money. And so we've been trying to get them to grow and as a natural career trajectory. So we do have some vacancies that we're looking to fill.
Okay. How many, does DPR have enough lifeguards to keep all the outdoor and indoor pools open this summer?
We are currently staffing. We're in the middle of staffing. Pools open Memorial Day weekend, and I am confident that we will absolutely meet and exceed our goal.
Okay. And no, I'm not jumping in there with you. Don't even look at me. Okay. But I will be there for more support if it's not cold outside. Okay. How many lifeguards are in the fiscal year 27 budget, and how many more or less is that than fiscal year 26?
I don't think that we had a reduction in lifeguard numbers in FY 27. Let's see.
You want to proceed, I'll look it up.
Okay. Does DPR expect to be able to have the same levels of attrition in the fall with lifeguards that it did in previous years without the hiring freeze?
That's a great question. No, we don't anticipate that.
Okay. We'll come back on lifeguards. Roving leaders. How many roving leaders are in the fiscal year 27 budget, and how many more or less is that than fiscal year 26?
We continued the same number of roving leaders. I'll get you the exact number of roving leaders, but we did not take, yeah, we have the same number of roving leaders.
Okay. And are there any vacancies within our roving leaders?
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Park rangers. How many park rangers are in the fiscal year 27 budget? And how many more or less is that than fiscal year 26?
Our park rangers are 18. I think we have 2 vacancies, and it's the same.
Okay. And what is the average number of locations a park ranger is responsible for?
Oh, that's a great question. Our park rangers operate citywide, and they're broken down into quadrants, so it varies because in one location, there may be a lot of small parks that our roving leaders are responsible for. And so it's broken down by section of the city. We do have 35 roving leaders,
35.
which is the same.
Okay. And that's the same as fiscal year 26?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And 0 vacancies there? Or you can get back to us with those with the vacancies?
0 vacancies.
Okay, got it. Okay, I want to ask about recreation center operations, which is some of the biggest changes members of the public and my colleagues are concerned about. Food and nutrition services. There is an 81,000 cut, it looks like, to food and nutrition services, which is 12% reduction from fiscal year 26 and a 27% reduction from 2 years ago. Will this cut lead to DPR offering fewer meals in fiscal year 27? And what specifically is this cut to?
So our food and nutrition services, we have a grant from OSSI, and most of our services are with that USDA grant. And that's where the bulk of our funding comes from, which is USDA. And will there be a cut? We will work within the constraints that may mean we have to reduce the number of young people that are in our after-school programs. I'm also confident that there are other organizations, and we're looking at grant opportunities to support in addition to our own growing food. So if we have to bring fruits and vegetables, fresh fruits and vegetables to our recreation centers so that our young people will not go without, we will make that adjustment.
Okay. And so OSSI, okay. Okay, we'll come back. I guess the 26 from our grant.
And I
was
just
50.
want to be
Okay,
clear, the impact was not for reduction in services. It was not an impact to our young people. So
Okay.
we will serve the same amount of food.
Well, okay, so we will serve the same amount of meals.
Yep.
No reduction, okay. Site-based programming. Perhaps the cut that has gotten the most attention is the 5.5 million or 14% reduction to site-based programming. I want to walk through what exactly this cuts will mean for DPR's growing portfolio of 80 recreation centers, 36 pools, 20 dog parks, 244 park sites, 7 urban farms, and 38 community gardens. Yep. Will each site have the same number of staff in fiscal year 27 that it did in 26?
Yes.
Okay. And can DPR provide the committee with a breakdown of the staffing levels or changes being made if they differ from fiscal year 26 to 27 in that regard?
We do not foresee any changes. So yes.
Okay. Will DPR be offering fewer programs or fewer offerings of programs in fiscal year 27 than 26 based on what this cut?
Our goal is to not reduce programming. We have, the one thing that I'm really proud of is that we have an exceptional staff who are naturally gifted and talented in their abilities to serve the community. So while a reduction may have to occur in funded partners, that potentially can be an outlier, we don't foresee any programming challenges changing because our staff are equipped. The other thing that works to our benefit, we were able, with some ARPA dollars, to purchase a lot of equipment. And so, for example, a fun day or something, most of the equipment we have in-house. So we no longer have to rent those costs or rent those amenities. And so there are opportunities where we can preserve cost.
Okay, will you all let us know, sort of, because this is the biggest concern I get from the public as well as my colleagues around. I know that your goal is not to reduce programming, but if we ultimately end up not being able to achieve that goal, will you all be able to provide where the reductions in programmings will be?
Absolutely.
Okay. Will DPR have fewer hours of operation in fiscal year 27 than 26 based on these, the 5.5 million cut?
At this time, the DC Department of Parks and Recreation does not foresee less hours, especially with the conversations that are happening. We do not foresee reducing any hours. We're happy to serve our residents.
Okay. If DPR does need to reduce hours, how will DPR decide which locations will be affected and where?
So we do know the footprint, and if there was a need to reduce hours, we would take some of our smaller centers with a light footprint offline. So I think of some centers where I know it's a nanny hub. If we needed to reduce hours, maybe we could open up the bathrooms instead of having a staff member there so that the community would have access to the outside bathrooms, but not necessarily a staff member being at the site. I think of things like that where we could reduce a physical person and save on the human capital that we would expend at those sites.
Okay. Youth programming has been the biggest conversation of all. In your testimony, you talked a lot about DPR's opportunities for district's young people, both children and young adults. As you know, we and our teams have spent the last year carefully evaluating DPR's current youth offerings in areas that can and should be expanded. I also want to highlight the intentionality of both DPR and this committee to not take any action that does not have a commitment of funding behind it. We could have easily marked up a bill to expand hours of all DPR recreation centers and aquatics, only for the law to remain underfunded for 2 years and then ultimately expire. So I also appreciate the actions DPR has taken so far, including launching new programs this summer that were ideas of some of the young people who testified at our hearing in the program in the fall. And then DPR also held your own youth town hall where you learned a lot of information as well from young people about what programming they want. Turning to DPR's planned offerings in the fiscal year 27 budget, based on all that you all have learned in your town hall and your community feedback, I want to look at some of the fiscal year 27 budget. It looks like Young Ladies on the Rise and Young Men Future Leaders are for children ages 6 to 13. How much is in the budget for each of these programs in fiscal year 27, and is it more or less than fiscal year 26?
Our costs for our young women, our young ladies on the rise, and our young men future leaders is all in our programming budget. And so our programming budget is collective. And so we do not anticipate a reduction in services. The young people sign up for this program at the sites and they stay with us. And so we do not see a reduction in service to those programs at all.
Okay. And so you don't aggregate it out by program type. It's all falls within your programming budget altogether.
Or youth programs, correct.
Your youth programming budget
Correct.
line, okay. And how much is the youth programming budget line this for fiscal year 27?
I'll get you the exact number.
Okay. Supreme Teens is for ages 13 to 18. How much is the budget for each of this program in fiscal year 27 for Supreme Teens? Is it more or less than fiscal year 26? And are the 15 sites this program is it offered across every ward?
Absolutely. And so what we've done and so we serve teens at all of our recreation centers. What we recognize is based on a concentrated number of schools, metro hubs, where young people attend, or live after school. We see where our young people like to hang out, where they feel comfortable. They will come across the city to their particular location. And so we maintain those 15 sites that are designated as Supreme Teens, but understand we serve teenagers at all of our recreation centers.
Got you. And so there will not be a reduction in Supreme Teens programming as a result of the cuts we see currently in the budget? No.
There will not be a reduction in youth programs.
Okay, and Supreme Teens also are within the youth programming budget line?
Correct.
Okay, and you have 15 sites and every ward has at least one Supreme Teen site within an area?
Absolutely.
Okay. As you noted, late night hype has been getting particular public and media attention over the last several months in light of the rise of what has been characterized as teen takeovers. While they are impressive events, as you know, they are also quite expensive, averaging a cost of about $148,000 per event. How many late night hype events are budgeted in fiscal year 27? And is it more or less than fiscal year 26?
It's the same. So we typically start in May, the end of May, and we go until August. So we've planned for, I think it's 10 weeks of programming to start. And we anticipated that was our FY 26 goal as well. FY to start in late May, right after prom season, and to conclude right before our young people go to school. However, we were responsive to a need, and so we started our late night hypes a little earlier this year.
Okay. And those are once a week over the summer?
Correct.
Okay.
And I noticed, I heard you say $148,000. I think that was the number that was quoted. It comes out to about $75,000 per event.
Okay.
And so the 148 may have been the total for the weekend.
Okay. And with late night hypes, how do you all budget for or account for the transportation, or do you?
We do. We have the privilege and pleasure of having fleet. And so we have bus drivers, we have mobile drivers that are FTEs.
Okay.
And so what happens, we end up with the overtime cost for our staff to transportation.
Okay. Last month, the council passed a permanent bill on juvenile curfew. As you know, it passed with an amendment that requires DPR to offer youth-specific programming every time a curfew is established by the mayor. I and other council members were puzzled by the determination that you all could absorb these new program requirements, especially because of the high cost of late night hypes, which has now gone from 148 to 75. So there's some savings there. How is DPR going to absorb these costs? And is DPR going to use its existing funding for late night hype so the events that already were going to happen can now count as a response to a curfew?
We're looking at our vacancy savings.
Okay.
We, of course, program, we're very conservative on the high end with our number of summer hires. So we don't count a lot of attrition in our summer hires budget to anticipate being responsive to needs.
Okay. So if a curfew is called, DPR will hold an additional event on the top of the planned 10 events over the summer?
I don't, that wasn't my understanding. My understanding was that if a curfew is called, the DPR events count as an event that the city is doing. We're also looking at some.
Okay, got it. So you all are seeing it as like those events will qualify
Correct.
the statutory obligation of the legislation.
That is my interpretation.
Okay. How what is where is the late night hype budget accounted for in the budget?
And again, it's in our programming budget.
It's in programming, it's in youth programming, or is it just in general programming?
You know, actually, our late night hype budget is kind of spread across the entire agency. So I don't want to say that, because what happens, the contractor that we may use a contractor for the food, because of course we're buying pizza for 1,000. I know we have haircuts that are happening. We have braiding that's happening. So we may have a vendor that may be one cost, but then the cost for staff is across all budgets. So it's in the agency's holistic budget.
Okay, got it. Okay, understood.
The cost for the vendor is in our mobile recreation and community recreation. However, I just want to be clear that you don't get a true number by saying this is what you pay, because of course we're paying staff overtime.
Right.
And I will tell you, for example, when we first started Late Night Hypes, we didn't include the transportation cost, but then we wanted to make sure that our young people get to and from safely.
Right.
So then we started incorporating transportation costs. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So yeah, you have transportation, food,
Correct.
staff overtime, and other factors that we have to include in. Okay. Given that there's now so many late night hypes, is there any staff that just are assigned to late night, meaning it's not overtime for them, it's their tour of duty? Like late night hypes is just,
So we still
so basically some of our like temporary, the category of temporary staff.
So as
Could
you
be
know, we
utilized.
operate, we're a 7-day-a-week operation. We still have camp during the summer when our late night hype is happening. So, yeah, so we still have camp during the day. The same staff is transitioning. We have permits where people permit and rent our stages. That's still the same support staff, our stagecraft team. We're out and about. So, yeah, we do not have a dedicated late night hype staff. What I do appreciate, though, is that the staff are just as passionate and committed to serving as I am, and therefore it has not been an issue.
Okay. Hours of operation. Let's see, big ask that we got from young people. I imagine you heard the same thing at your teen summit, the same request. There have been proposals to just extend hours of operation. However, during that hearing, I think you made clear that paying for just keeping centers open is really not enough. Hours must also be accompanied with programming, or we'll not really see the level of utilization of the open centers that we're aiming to see. And so when we do one, we must do the other, expand hours and expand programming. When DPR's hours are expanded in this budget, targeting most evenings and weekends, what type of programming do you think would be most beneficial for DPR to offer our young people? More of existing programming or new options?
A combination. I like to, you heard me say, I'll say it proudly, I am a youth development expert, and there are a lot of youth development experts at DPR. We created and designed and partnered with the George Washington University to have a youth development professional certification. That does not happen with novice. And so as an expert in youth development, we work directly with our young people. We ask them what they want, they tell us, and then we provide it. That's why we have esports lounges at several of our recreation centers. That's expanding. That's why we have the haircut. Our young people, they'll take their scully off if they have a haircut, so we're working with our young people to provide what they say they need. We do listen to them, and we're being responsive as possible.
Okay. I am going to turn to the Ward 5 Councilmember, Zachary Parker, who has joined us for a 10-minute round.
Hi, Director. I love that you are a youth development expert. And I would just give you a shout out. I don't know if you tuned into our hearing last week, but DPR got a lot of kudos directly from our young people. So what you're doing is working. And in fact, what I heard from them is they want more of it. Now, I'm sure that's not as easy as it sounds, but it is a testament that with all of this discussion happening about young people, they are pointing to DPR to say that is the answer, that is what we want. So you should be proud of that. I wanted to talk about some Ward 5 specific things, but before I turn there, on the youth curfew, my understanding is that DPR wants there to be programming if recreation centers are kept open late at night for youth. But when we talk to youth, their demands are often more straightforward. They want to be able to play basketball. I heard from one of the young women that at some of the rec centers, it feels more sports centered. And what about us? So I guess the question there, what are the minimum requirements for programming with extended hours?
So to your point, it's not a nothing approach with young people. You can say we're going to have a basketball tournament, and that may work for the boys and it may work for the girls who want to come and watch. But does that work for a young person that's not interested at all in sports? It doesn't. And so when you say what programming, we like to have a minute, like our late night hypes work because we have about 15 activations. And so you have a choice whether you're making shea butter, whether you're making jewelry, whether you're getting your hair cut, whether you're playing a game, whether you're shooting basketball, whether you're doing pickleball, our late night dreams, whether you're swimming, whether you're dancing, whether you're on stage doing karaoke. I could go on and on. So what happens is we have a minimum number of activations. So the thing about it, children strive in structure and discipline, right? The trick is to program them without making them know or letting them know that they're being programmed, right? So if you build it, they will come. So our team, we're really strategic, even about how we let out when we change the music to gospel or we change to a country song, right? The young people don't know that this is transition music. You heard this change and you're ready to go home. Oh, I'm over this, right? We're responding psychologically to how they will respond. So when we can open up the doors and we can keep them there, but again, we know if you have young people just standing around doing absolutely nothing, somebody gonna get a little itch or twitch and, get a little excited. They may throw a water bottle, and something simple as a water bottle can turn into a melee.
Yes.
And so we are intentional about making sure we have staff in the crowd that are just dressed down. They're standing, they grooving and bopping. We've gone now, we put our staff on lifeguard chairs so that you have a bird's eye view of what's happening. And those little things have helped tremendously. Young people realize, okay, there's a safe person. Even if there's something happening, they will walk up to us and say, me and this girl got into it at school and she here now, she want to fight me. We can mitigate that right there. So when you're bringing, and the average attendance is like 1,500 at our late night hypes. So when
Not a small undertaking.
Oh, absolutely not.
I do have some other questions.
I just want to make sure that I paint the entire picture. I am excited and I thank you. And I'm really grateful that the young people see us as a safe space.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, fun is serious business. And so to the layperson, they may look, oh, they're having a lot of fun, but we're up late at night texting, trying to respond to and be responsive to the needs of the community as well. So thank you.
Okay. I am in the middle of chairing my own hearing. I need to get back to that, but I'm coming to Ward 5 projects. On the youth curfew discussion and talk, there were some things that came out. I'll be sure to share more formally with your team.
Okay.
One of the reflections was DPR programming is great, but the minute we step outside, it feels like a war zone because there's police everywhere. Just thought I would throw that out there. There were concrete suggestions around, it would be great to have a charging station at these events. as well as more organized parent pickup. Those are just some very specific things that came up. But again, overall, the feedback was positive about the programming coming for DPR. And as I said, I see you all as part of the solution. All right. Langdon, friends at Langdon. It is my understanding permits are moving forward. I am fully planning to attempt in this budget to secure more funding to revamp that project, because the neighbors are clear, I'm clear, the status quo just isn't going to cut it. This isn't about a blame game. What I'm trying to get to are concrete next steps. When is construction scheduled to start for the rec center? The Langdon Rec Center.
Langdon is scheduled to start. Let's see. September 26th, we're late 2026 through 2028. So it's in design phase currently.
So how do we halt that or delay that? If we are able to secure more money, which is the plan, that doesn't seem to allow time for the 27 budget to be taken into consideration.
So I don't have a recommendation on how to stop a project. I do recognize that some members of the community may not be pleased, but there are others. The one thing that I'd like to say, and I know we look at our recreation as a system.
Yes.
And so the entire system is not necessarily, while this amenity exists in said community, it is an asset that's open to the public. And
therein lies the rub. Because I think it makes sense that a mayor would look at DPR as a system. It would also make sense that neighbors in Langdon, next to the Langdon Rec, look at it as their rec center.
Understood.
And what they're saying is, here is the list of things we've requested, and none of it is included. And essentially, we won't have access to this wonderful, beautiful asset in our neighborhood. And so again, not to pass blame, what I'm interested in is how do we supplement the budget so that we can provide those citywide assets that are needed, like gymnastics, but also provide an outlet for neighbors who also want to access their rec center.
no, I understand and I agree and I appreciate. I just wanted to be responsive that as a director of the agency, I too look at it the same way that the executive does, that this is an amenity in the totality of our portfolio. It is not an attempt to disregard or disrespect the neighbors. We welcome the neighbors. I heard someone testify about senior programming. Model Cities is 2 blocks away. So when you're looking at the entire portfolio of the district, it's not that this amenity doesn't exist. It's not that the community does not have access to this facility. We invite the community to the facility. And I just wanted to make sure that, it's not a rub. What happens is there are difficult decisions that have to be made. And as you know, Councilmember, when the budget is proposed 6 years, and then your year comes up for your budget, yesterday's prices are not today's prices.
Fair.
And so what you could build, right? So I would say to you, delaying the project will cost more to build. So while the project could be delayed, I think even the number that would solve for today may not be the number that it will cost to build tomorrow.
Understood. I would say there are rarely topics, issues, challenges that unite neighbors. And I think this is an issue that has united the entire Langdon Woodridge community. Granted, there may be some that say they're fine with the design, but by and large, from the Civic Association to ANCs to neighbors to seniors to white, black, you name it, people are saying this isn't what we want. So I guess my request here, and I will say it again, The plan this budget is to secure more resources.
Stand you.
But the challenge is, just today, we received word that permits are moving forward. So it seems like the train is moving down the tracks at the same time where we are in the middle of the budget process. Should we find more money? That's hypothetical. Let's say we find more money, we vote on the budget in June. How might you reconcile those two things given the September projected construction date?
So design has already happened. There's money that's already been expended. So you're talking about going back to the drawing board.
Yes.
So you're not talking about the additional, not only is there an additional, I think the number that I sent you was 18 million to get what potentially could be like the second gym and I'll have all the things. So in addition to the 18 million, you're talking about another maybe 2.53 million from the design costs and other costs. So
it will come with a price tag. I want to be respectful of the clock. I'm over time. There's also concerns about the skate park and it being potentially removed. There are concerns similarly at Harry Thomas. I want to work with you.
Absolutely.
I'm in the problem-solving lane, and I think the path forward is let's find additional resources. If we can't do it, I have already conveyed to the community, then we might need to delay the development. And by and large, people are saying, I would rather a delayed rec that actually meets our vision than one that we can't access and don't want to be on time.
I hear that. I would reframe the narrative for the constituents and remind them that with all the budget challenges, DC is committed to providing new facilities. While it may not be what you initially desired, we did not do what other jurisdictions are doing nationally, which are killing projects. That has not been our, we have been committed to building new amenities in our city. And Fort Lincoln is coming soon. There are other projects that are coming, and I hear you. I appreciate everything. I just want the community to know that in the best interest, we are making the decisions that truly will impact the whole. So I thank you for that.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there, but I'll end on a positive note. Kudos to you and the team, the award-winning DPR team. You all are doing great work.
We appreciate you and we look forward to seeing you jumping again.
I'll be there.
Thank you. Proposals to expand DPR's hours of operation or hold more after-hours events also have not accounted for the reality that DPR is not the only agency that incurs cost. What other agencies are involved when DPR expands hours or holds events like late-night hypes? And do we now have firm estimates on those costs as well?
I'm sorry.
What other agencies are involved when DPR has to expand hours or hold events like late night hype, and do we have firm estimates on those costs as well?
So we work with DGS, of course, our partners at DGS. We work with Director Sneed, with the One's office. We work with Octo to ensure, I think about Randall, that we had a working phone line and technology. We work with Department of Health for our late night drips. MPD, of course. We work with the Deputy Mayor, APIA. We work closely with FIMS as well. At one time, we were doing Hands on the Heart. We work with DOES to have our young people know that there are other opportunities that exist in the city for them. We try to have a very holistic approach, and I know that the mayor is committed to all agencies showing up where they can to support.
Okay. And do you all employ summer youth SYP students at DPR?
We are the largest host. We have about 1,350 young people. So some of the 14 and 15-year-olds with our campers, Hands on the Future camp. We have arts camp, performing arts, cultural arts camp. We also, for the older youth, they work in the camp offices as camp aides. We have young people in food and nutrition. We have young people in the warehouse, because we look at 14 to 24 and every able body we want.
Okay. Hopefully some of the summer youth employment kids can help plan.
They do.
Hypes. Oh, they do.
Yeah.
Okay. In the planning process. Okay. do these agencies, I guess the agencies, the cost they incur as a result of late night hype is managed under their budgets? Okay.
Correct.
So you wouldn't know how much their costs are, what's incurring under them as a result of that?
No.
Okay. We also had a conversation, in previous hearings, people said, or there was legislation that suggested that, recreation centers are not youth or teen centers. I know you all believe that every center is a teen center. How do we take into account the efforts to ensure there's more teen programming at all of our DPR centers?
I think that what we do, we look at the numbers, we look at the daily counts of who is at our recreation centers. We have a very data-centered approach. And so we know the high volume of teenagers that are showing up where, and we program accordingly. We know, for example, Deanwood is a hub. Right beside Deanwood was Idea Public Charter School. That team, highly competitive basketball program. So we know that after school, a lot of basketball students are walking right there. So we have programming for that. You also have we have the podcast room, our broadcasting room, and we know the library is there as well. So we don't leave any space unturned for our young people, and we're really strategic about that.
Okay. In this budget, there will be a number of my colleagues would like to see extended hours at recreation centers in their particular wards. That may come up soon. I don't know how we go about selecting which centers have extended hours, whether evening or weekend, and how do we ascertain the cost of that?
What I do know is that every recreation center has its own personality. And to your point, if we do expand hours at one facility, we will get a call as to why you didn't expand at another center. And so if that is something that we are required to do, or if that is something that is supported, we will make the best decision to impact so that our young people, we will decide what is best.
Okay. I want to ask about turning to other divisions within DPR, starting with facilities management. It looks like there's a large 19.1 million decrease, amounting to 14% decrease from fiscal year 26 and 32% from fiscal year 25. I'm really concerned about this for two reasons. One, once, as we just heard, DGS is really going to struggle next year, given their budget. Its maintenance budget for DPR is essentially flat funded from the last 2 years. How many level 1 maintenance FTEs are there, and were the 2 I added last year maintained?
Can you tell me exactly where you're looking? I don't see.
That 19.1 million decrease?
Yeah, I don't see it.
It is. I'm trying to open the table. You got it for me. I see it. It's under table 40 PBB, which is facilities operations. I don't know what page that is.
Are you speaking of capital? Because I don't see it.
It's I'm letting my team find the page. This is not coming up.
Okay.
for me. As we look for the page, how many level one maintenance FTs do we have?
So you did add two?
Yes, are those maintained?
Yes.
Okay. Does DPR have an estimate on how many fewer level one tasks the team will be able to complete?
How many fewer, or how many more?
Well,
Trying to understand.
it would be, will there be a reduction in how many tasks
Absolutely.
you will have to complete?
Absolutely. That manpower is necessary.
Okay. Okay. Is there going to be a reduction in janitorial, landscaping, mowing services? We know from the DGS side it will be. How is that going to impact DPR level one maintenance team in having to deal with what is going to be a very real reduction for DGS?
So our level one team has been able to mitigate a lot of areas where we did rely on DGS. And so while there may be a reduction in overall, we are hopeful that with the two additional FTEs for level one, that we can mitigate some things. It may not be at large scale, but it may be where we can meet the needs of the public or some of our facilities.
Okay. And that's where my rangers come in and sort of making sure we have the rangers we need, because they're going to have to really follow like where we are seeing maintenance decreases across the portfolio. And I think the level one team is going to actually have to step in a very real way, in a larger way this next fiscal year than they did last year, given what we know is happening on the DGS side.
Absolutely. One of the other things that the team was talking about was community cleanups. If we could get the community, that would be to buy in into supporting our facilities a little differently. I think that could also mitigate some of, we see residents drive up and dump everything at our trash cans. And so we're trying to work with the community to go to Fort Totten or go to the Benning Road Station.
And do deals with that. Okay. Turning to grant management, which is essentially flat funded over the last 2 years. As you know, last year I restored about 80,000 to DPR's grant to the DC Special Olympics, which was zeroed out in the mayor's proposed budget. Is there funding for the DC Special Olympics in fiscal year 27? And has my enhancement been spent in fiscal year 26?
So that grant was provided directly to the organization, and in FY 27, the organization will have the opportunity to apply for a grant through our Rec for All grants.
Oh, so it's not like an earmark grant?
Correct.
For the organization. So there isn't funding for them, but there's funding that they can apply for to be for them.
Absolutely.
Staying that.
Yes, ma'am. And prior to you dedicating that funding for them, they applied and did receive grant funding for DPR, from DPR, because we recognize that they are in a special category. And we wanted to provide grants with a holistic approach.
Was it previously designated a designated grant, or was it always out of the main?
No, Chair, you earmarked that for them, but prior to that, they competed openly with everyone else.
Got it. Understood. Okay. And when will we know do they know now if they have grant funding?
I think they've already received their grant. I think they've already have a signed NOGA.
Okay. All right. I'll go to agency management after a round of questions by my Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder.
Thank you, Chairperson Louis George. Director Friedman, it's always delightful to see you and members of your senior leadership team. I'll jump right in with some generic questions, and then I'll dive deeper into some Ward 7 questions. Director, I'm looking at your budget. Just high level, tell me what you're most proud of.
Our ability to serve residents, the increase, I think every year we've increased. Last year, we served 2.4 million visitors, residents. We're really proud of the work that we've done. There's a saying, if you build it, they will come. Well, they come.
I noticed that there was a 8.1% reduction in your overall operating funds. How will that impact the overall service that DPR provides for district residents?
So we look to ensure that we're able to operate with minimal interruptions, and we're confident that we're able to do that. What we believe is we will not have a reduction in staff, and so we will still continue and be able to program at the level that we've done.
Thank you for that. Speaking of reduction in staff, I see a negative 14.8% reduction in your FTEs. Walk me through that.
Absolutely. So what I shared with Councilmember Lewis George, we took a deep dive at our Schedule A. The Schedule A lists all of the positions in our entire portfolio. Some of those positions, a lot of those positions were dormant, were not funded, had not been funded for years, and they were just sitting on our Schedule A in an effort to clean up our Schedule A so that we could have a true number of positions versus us sending in requests for new positions. We wanted to sunset positions that are no longer being funded, that are no longer being used, at titles that we no longer have. So this gives a better picture and allows you to see exactly what the agency is doing and where.
Thank you. I know we talk about what you're most proud of. What are your biggest challenges within your agency that may not be reflected in your budget?
One thing that I think can be a challenge is, we have very passionate staff. We partner with GW to do the Youth Development Professional Certification. There were only 30 slots, and so we had an overwhelming response. So the biggest challenge is not having an opportunity for every single staff to be trained, recognizing the need that people want to grow. I think that, is sometimes disheartening, but it is what it is. We know, what we've done is been strategic about doing other trainings. This year we have youth mental health first aid certification. So we had about 100 staff members that have a certification in youth mental health to recognize signs when a young person is in crisis, to teach about de-escalation tactics. We have certified playground testers. We partner with the Maryland Recreation and Parks. So that's 30. So when you think about the 30 for the certification on the playground, another 100, and then another 30. So that's 160 in addition to the other programs through DCHR. In a perfect world, every staff would have some type of certification that they could put in their toolbox. So I think my biggest challenge is how do we get staff trained and certified so that, because what happens, council member, oftentimes people don't look at recreation staff as professionals. They look at it as people who work at the rec, but that's the furthest thing from the truth. We're mentors, we're teachers, we're first responders, all the things. So that's my biggest challenge.
Thank you for that. I'm looking and I see that within your capital budget, there was a 50% reduction. Could you speak to what led to those reductions and because of those reductions, how can you ensure that you guys will continue to build facilities that bring neighbors together in a positive light?
50%, Brent, you want to speak to that?
Sure. We afternoon, Councilmember. We have, I think, over 130 active construction projects right now. So I was actually looking at this compared just to our small parks budget that's I think been reduced down to 75,000. Looking at our small parks budgets in total, we have 15 total small park projects that equal $15 million. So we actually have a lot of ongoing capital projects. So I don't think we're going to really feel a huge impact to any reductions in budget. We have so many, it's like a car lot. We have so many cars in the lot. I think we're going to be able to sustain what we're doing for the time being anyway.
Well, with this reduction, how are you prioritizing which capital projects you guys decide to move forward?
Sure, great question. So you mean to take this one?
Please.
All right. This is still, we use our ready to play master plan to sort of guide all the things we do with regards to capital projects. We go through equity analysis and scores, site assessments, permit usage, historical investment, and that helps us sort of filter the projects that rise to the top. The basketball courts in greatest need, the small parks in greatest need, the facilities in the worst condition, like Turkey Thicket, which got funding, Fort Davis, which is now under construction, was a big project. So we use Ready to Play as our North Star.
Thank you for that. Just
Councilmember, and speaking to that, we actually have a progress report that we promised Chair Louis George that we would have up and running, so you can check the status of our Ready to Play master plan. So just wanted to thank you for that.
No, thank you. And I asked Director Hunter this same question. With such a significant reduction in your capital funding, would you say that projects may be, or could you tell me how many projects will be delayed versus won't happen at all?
So what I see, the one thing that I'm proud of, we've been partnering and looking at other funding. I think about the 11th Street Bridge project. We're at $15 million. There's Anacostia Recreation Center. We was able to get funding from that. We're looking at funding from the Land Conservation Water Fund that we've been able to fund some of our projects, in addition to other grants that exist for building our projects. So we're looking at ways to minimize any impact to our projects. So we're confident that there will not be any delays. As a matter of fact, most of our projects are on or ahead of schedule.
Okay, thank you. Within the mayor's overall budget, we see significant investments in RFK. A part of the RFK redevelopment is the Sportsplex. Now in FY 2026, $89 million was allocated to that fund. Then now I see in FY 2027, only $9 million is allocated to fund the Sportsplex this year. Could you speak to what that money will go towards?
So it is split over fiscal years with the full implementation in FY 30. And so we are confident that the project is on time and will be produced on schedule.
And the $9 million to date, what is that money going towards?
For FY 27 design,
Okay.
of our projections. Mhm.
Within the life cycle of the CIP, how much do you think the Sportsplex will cost? And is the money that was allocated, from your perspective, would you say that that's sufficient enough?
That's a great question. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, we want to be hopeful. We want to be supportive, and then following along with those questions, I know you have the district subsidy, but have there been any conversations about anticipated federal, philanthropic, or private sector partners, maybe establishing a public-private partnership associated with the Sportsplex?
So everything is on the table. We have not turned an eye from anything that could potentially help this project move along.
Right, and then my final question related to this. Have you all developed a long-term operating and maintenance cost projections for the Sportsplex once completed?
Councilman, I think that will depend on the amenities that exist. If there's an Olympic-sized pool there, that's going to be a different cost than if a pool is not. So once we have a list of the full breadth of amenities, we can kind of design our trajectory or anticipated cost.
Thank you for that. Fort DuPont ice skating rink investments.
Yes.
The FY 2027 budget includes a $1.4 million enhancement and 13 additional FTEs to support the Fort DuPont ice skating rink. My question, Director, is what operational and programming expansions are anticipated as a result of this investment in the Fort DuPont?
So we had to open it, and the cost to open and operate it, we guesstimated about $1.7 million. Based on our trajectory, our hope is that we will recoup those investments due to our partnerships, due to rental spaces. At the time we made the request, we just needed to know what it would truly cost. This is an opportunity for us to kind of recoup, but as you know, it was an unplanned amenity in our inventory.
Yeah.
And the community has fallen in love with it. I mentioned we've had 6,000 visitors
Okay.
since we opened in December. And so it is necessary and vital.
And will the additional funding expand youth access or community programming?
Absolutely. So we have after-school programming happening now. We have a Learn to Skate with fifth graders from DCPS. We're renting the space. There's ice time for people to rent the space. We have a District Skate is a vendor who we're using to teach young people how to ice skate. We're doing broom ball, which is we're going to host camp for the first time. DPR has never hosted camp at the ice arena. And so we're excited about having two versions of camps. We'll have a discovery camp there. We'll also have a camp for tweens where they learn how to operate the skate facility, how to make ice, how to sharpen skates, front house and back house. We have teenagers coming after school. The community that lives across the street is frequenting every day. So absolutely.
Director, you know how DPR slogan is, we play too much. As the council member, my slogan is, it's Ward 7's time. And we talked a lot about the RFK Stadium. You have the Nets Academy. You have a number of parks, basketball facilities, gymnasium facilities, and now you have the renovated ice skating rink. Could you speak to how do you envision, or how does DPR envision the ice skating rink complementing the RFK campus?
So
Any alignment at all?
thank you for that question. I happen to reside in the beautiful Ward 7, and I'm truly proud of the investments and the amenities. I went to Fort Davis yesterday. So you see Fort Davis is coming online. You have Joy Evans. You have Fort DuPont Ice Arena. So if you look, there's a whole line where you can zig and zag. You have the Hillcrest Aquatic Center facility that's coming online. Ward 7 has just been we have Woody Ward field that's being done right now. Deanwood, $1.5 million in that turf field that's just been done. I could talk about Ward 7 all day. I don't think that's the right thing to do here. But I am, to your point in the question that you asked, I am truly proud of Mayor Bowser's investments east of the river. I visited about 6 centers yesterday that are in Ward 7 and Ward 8 that are scheduled to open. And the residents east of the river really, really should be excited about all this administration has done. So I'm truly grateful for Mayor Bowser's investments.
Thank you, Director. And with that, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. All right, let me go to some spaces where we saw increases. Okay. We saw a 24% increase to DPR communications budget. There was also a 4% increase to the Office of Creative and Graphic Design. What do we attribute these increases to? What cost?
Graphic design.
There was it looks like 43% increase to the Office of Creative and Graphic Print
absolutely.
Design, and 24% increase to DPR communications budget. And I'm asking what those
Absolutely. So
increases were attributed to.
So what it has been attributed to is I'm sure you hear all the time, people come and they testify that there's nothing for anyone to do. Or I didn't know that this was happening. So we have a lot of things happening and we want to make sure that we use all modalities of communication. So our customer service team, there's a foot team that still knocks on doors Specifically, I can think about in the Fairby Hope, the Condon Terrace community, where we're knocking on doors, putting down flyers. Douglas Recreation in that neighborhood, we're knocking on doors, giving flyers about meetings. So we increased our communications costs because we want to make sure that the word is getting out to all the things that we're doing.
And while we saw two increases in DPR's communication budget, we also saw what looks like an elimination of funding for, was $119,000 to the Multicultural Outreach and Language Access Unit. Why was that, and how does DPR intend to comply with the Language Access Act without this funding?
I think we're using in-house language access. And so the additional cost was not necessary because we were able to use the in-house amenities.
Okay. There was also 200,000 increase in training and development and 85% increase in fiscal year 26 and 233% increase to fiscal year 25. Why was this increase necessary, and what will this increase pay for that couldn't be paid for in fiscal year 26?
So say that again for me, please.
It looks like there was 200,000 increase in training and development, which is an increase of 85% in fiscal year 26 and over 200% in fiscal year 25. And so I want to understand why was this increase necessary, and what will the increase pay for that couldn't be paid for at fiscal year 25 levels?
I think to your point, we are increasing cost of training because we want our staff to be better aligned with the needs. And so we want to provide and ensure our staff are better able to deal with constituents.
Okay. So will it be more training, or is the cost of the existing training going up?
So it's kind of what we also did. We moved our training from HR. We now have a training and development department so that we can be strategic about ensuring that our staff members are properly trained. So you'll see those costs shift.
Okay. And is that explained? Because there was an increase this increase in agency management contrasts with a 25,000 or 28% decrease to the training and employee development division.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that the reason for the discrepancy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Turning to agency financial operations, there is 229 or 60% increase to agency budgeting and financial management services. What's the reason for this increase, or is this a reclassification of FTEs?
So our AFO's office was not initially fully staffed. And based on the MOU, we had to hire more positions to support the agency's needs. And so we're now fully funded.
Okay. There was a small 2,000 decrease in volunteer relations, but that amounts to a 13% decrease from fiscal year 26 and a 91% decrease from fiscal year 25. What was reduced over the last 2 years for volunteer relations that allows for this continued decrease?
That's a great question. I'll have to look at maybe print. We may have, we have an in-house print team? So maybe publications that we pay for out.
Okay. And with the volunteer relations deductions, how have these deductions impacted DPR's ability to engage with its many volunteers that help keep our parks and outdoor recreations clean?
We're excited about our volunteers. Not only do they support with keeping our parks and playgrounds clean, they support with large events like Her Story 5K, to our late night hypes. We're seeing an increase in volunteerism. People are hitting us up and saying they want to help. So we're excited about that.
Okay. Sorry. In contrast, there was 208,000 increase to donor relations. What is this increase? Why is this increase necessary?
In donor relations. Yeah, I think that's we did a realignment to make sure, again, going back to our Schedule A, we wanted to make sure that we aligned various one-off units. So within our comms division, in our partnership and strategic initiatives, there's more alignment there.
Okay. In her testimony, Collins Choi from KC Trees encouraged DPR to prioritize expanding public-private partnerships with organizations like KC Trees to expand access to technical assistance, philanthropic funding, and more capacity to support DC's green spaces, especially in a tight budget year. Is this something that DPR is exploring as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. DPR has a security budget, and that was also reduced by 244,000. What security services does DPR pay for that are not covered by DGS Protective Services Division? Is this after hours event security?
So DGS Protective Services, all of our security, we pay them. And so this is a reduction in security guards at our sites. I heard Director Hunter testify a little earlier how we look at various sites and reduce our footprint or our armed guards versus a security officer at various locations where security may not be an issue. And so we do pay for our security services directly.
Okay, and so is this reduction of 244,000, is that going to limit DPR's ability to make sure that our centers have the protection
So
people in space that it needs?
our strategy, so I'll use, I hate to use site names because, they're like, you say my site. So I'll use hypothetically Joy Evans, who does not currently have security. But let's say if Joy Evans had security from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. Joy Evans has a huge basketball following. And so in the afternoon, people are in Joy Evans. So during the day, we have our residents in our different abilities program. And so from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., hypothetically, if we had security there, we know we may not necessarily need security there because the individuals that are coming have different abilities. Some of them come with their aides and or seniors. However, in the evenings, you see an influx of young people. You see those Maryland residents who want to be DC residents in basketball, in which they really can't, but we would reduce security hours in this hypothetical model from the morning and just have security on the back end. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. So DGS PSD budget does not include PSD officers for DPR.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, we don't use PSD officers at DPR. We use security guards. So we have an MOU. So whether the company is, yeah.
Got you. In external affairs, community relations, we saw 183,000, or 55% decrease in light of cuts to both DPR and DGS that will affect services and operations to a noticeable level. I'm considered this cut will limit the agency ability to relay timely and accurate information to district residents about the changes in service levels. Due to this decrease, what will DPR no longer be able to do in fiscal year 27?
I don't anticipate that there's nothing we'll be able to do.
Okay. And so we'll keep continuing to have like timely notifications to community and Nixle and all the things that we utilize, and this cut won't impact that.
Correct.
That's what I want to confirm. Okay. In public engagement and strategic development, we saw a $394,000 increase. How do external affairs and public engagement differ, and what type of things are paid for out of that budget?
Again, this is a staff alignment, and we, again, wanted to put individuals, so our customer service, we wanted to put a line staff exactly in the division in which they fall. So it's not a true increase in this division. It's moving staffing personnel to the partnerships and strategic initiatives, which houses comms, external affairs, and some programs.
Okay. The under administrative service operations division, it looks like there is a 1.2 million or 50% decrease to support services unit. Is that also staffing alignment?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. I saw a 542,000 increase to park monitors and rangers budget, amounting to a 30% increase from fiscal year 26 and 60% for fiscal year 25. Is this increase entirely due to pay and fringe increases?
A combination of that and appropriately aligning staff, because there were rangers that may have fell under aquatics. And so moving staff to the appropriate alignment where they belonged.
Okay. And I think you told me this. How many park rangers will we have in fiscal year 27?
18?
18. Okay. All right. And are rangers unionized employees?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just
Yes.
asking. Okay.
Everybody's unionized.
I am deeply now, well, not management, but you know what I mean. Roving leaders. It looks like there was a $3.6 million cut, unless this is just a staffing realignment.
Yeah, so before the roving leaders, prior to my tenure at the agency, the roving leaders were under the comms division. And so we've moved them appropriately to align in the recreation division.
That makes
So,
sense.
yeah.
Okay.
And they were under comms, not necessarily, they were under external relationship, under external relations,
Okay.
but they're truly mobile recreators.
Okay. And I mean, because you highlighted in your testimony some of their success, visiting schools more than 3,500 times, connected with over 126,000 people. Our roving leaders do really critical work. And so I just wanted to make sure that what I'm seeing as what I was concerned about is what I see as a cut. And I don't think we want to cut the critical work they're doing. So I just want to make sure that this is not a cut that will result in less impact and less roving leaders.
Nope, our roving leaders are thriving. One of our roving leader coaches who was moved from one site to another last year, his team actually won, his team at his new site actually won the basketball championship. So they're doing really, really well.
Okay. I want to finish up at capital budget. Help me make sense of what I'm seeing. So top line, what I see is an 85% reduction in capital budget funded FTEs from 7 to 1. It's in table 30 PBB. There, it looks like it's a 723,000 or 56% cuts to the project's planning and design activity. And then this includes a 40% reduction in personnel services. So I was trying to get a sense of what are the MPS costs being cut, or was it moved around somewhere?
So it was, you're asking about PS, right? The 7
Yes.
FTEs. So they still exist. They're just moved off of capital
Oh,
because some of the positions may not have aligned with the structure to qualify as a capital project.
okay.
So we've restructured and moved them so that they're still in existence. They're just moved to either operating or a federal award that we've secured in FY 26 that
Okay.
will show up at the point that we roll into 27.
Got it. So there are no non-personnel services costs being cut.
No, but let me confirm that.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
You have none.
And so then also this is not a cut that will affect DPR's ability to plan and deliver on capital projects.
No.
Okay. Okay. I want to revisit the 50% capital funding cut Councilmember Felder brought up earlier. It looks like the fiscal year 26 capital budget was 165 million. In fiscal year 27, it's 82.7 million. But the fiscal year 27 is still 20 million larger than it was in fiscal year 25. So DPR received a massive 100 million increase in fiscal year 27, and 60 million is no longer there. What was specifically the reason for the 100 million increase, and what specifically is being removed that amounts to 60 million removed?
So 60 million, I believe, was the initial RFK investment
Okay.
that was put into FY 27. As you know, that project has been increased and moved out in spread up both spread out in additional out years. So what you saw was that removal of the $60 million for the initial RFK.
Okay. I also wanted to revisit one thing you discussed with Councilmember Parker regarding flat budgets and increasing costs during the duration of capital project. My understanding is that the capital project budget from the outset includes adjustments for inflation. In other words, a project budget funded in fiscal year 25 is larger than what it would need to be if the project was done in fiscal year 25. And the budget is intended to cover the higher costs in future years it will be constructed. Is that correct?
When we put in a new project request,
Yeah.
we do account for escalation for every year. So each year that follows the previous fiscal year does include escalation year to year. So we do account for that, yes.
Okay, that's right, okay. In fiscal year 27 budget, the council added 9 million to the Rock Creek Tennis Center on a condition of transfer of jurisdiction was reached with the National Park Service. What happened to those funds now that there won't be a transfer of jurisdiction?
I actually will have to find out. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I apologize.
Turning to Riggs LaSalle, what is the status of the ADA small capital projects for the main door? And has the HVAC project been completed? I think we are in the end years of the useful life of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center.
So we currently will start the HVAC will get started. Yes, the upgrades and will happen, and we're looking at May. We had to have a reprogramming request to convert from our capital to operating. So we're excited that this project will move forward.
On the master's facility plan, Riggs LaSalle is recommended for major rec center renovation, spray park renovation, new community garden, new exercise equipment, new tracks and fitness loops. Based on that, where's Riggs LaSalle on the modernization prioritization list? Because it sounds like the whole center.
Riggs LaSalle is at the top of mind. It is a heavily used facility, and we know it is at the top. It is top of mind.
Okay. Get back to me on what will top of mind equate to for Riggs LaSalle community members and the friends of Riggs LaSalle who will ask me as soon as I see them, probably tomorrow. This is Fort Stevens. Last point of Riggs LaSalle, the elementary school is being modernized soon, so it could be an opportunity for some partnership around the elementary school and the recreation center there. This is not an actual DPR project, but I want to talk about DCI's proposal at Fort Stevens. I've been told DCI has now submitted a proposal to DCI last year, and now DOE has conducted an environmental assessment. Have DCI and DPR come to an agreement on whether this project will move forward?
We have not. DCI has expressed interest in using area on the field to build a gymnasium for their students. I'm aware that residents were taking pictures and emailing them to you of us standing in a group having a discussion. That picture by no means does not validate that I read the email that we are in agreement, and I was teaching people how to circumvent the process. So dear public, that is not what happened. As an agency director, I am obligated to meet with the constituents. And that's all that we were doing, was having a meeting. So thank you.
Does the funding for the new community garden at Fort Stevens indicate the garden will not be impacted by any potential changes to the property?
Absolutely.
Okay. The fiscal year 27 budget zeroes out swimming pool replacement after 1.98 million in fiscal year 26. Are we not replacing any pools in fiscal year 27, or will we be using the 2.7 balance to do so?
That's a good question. We do have several swimming pool projects underway. It's just that this fiscal year, it didn't happen to have any, sort of like small parks, got a little bit less funding, but we still have a whole queue of swimming pool projects that are ongoing and underway. So I don't think we'll really miss a beat. We have several that are going on. Happy to get a list for you if that's helpful.
Okay. It looks like ADA compliance drops from 2.8 to 2.15 million in fiscal year 27. What specific sites are funded by the 2.15 million, and what is the prioritization criteria around ADA backlog projects?
We have we actually have 4 different batches of ADA projects, and I'm happy to send the list over to you.
Okay.
It includes several different sites, but once all those batches are completed, we should be 100% in compliance. The $100,000 per fiscal year is just to, if something comes up, if a ramp breaks or no breaks, something like that. Mhm.
Okay. There's 1.99 million for playground equipment, which is 8 million less than fiscal year 26. Given what's it seems like there's a decrease. Are we going to use balance funds to address small cap playground issues as they occur throughout the year?
We do. We actually we already have the playgrounds fixed out, and I think that one of those was a playground, a huge playground blitz that covered a lot of playgrounds a couple years ago. So that was because of the huge funding amount we got for that year. This year we have, I think, like you mentioned, I think about 1.9. We also look to supplement that with LWCF funds. We can actually double that budget with LWCF funds to make those dollars stretch further. But we have a list of priority playgrounds that need the work the most. So we'll knock the next 3 out with that funding.
Okay. All right. I believe Councilmember Parker covered Langdon, but since we had so many witnesses show up for that, how would one delay a project? Like from a procedural aspect?
Sorry,
You don't know. It's
the one thing that I think that the one thing that I'm always focused on is moving forward and getting the projects off the ground, because and again, to those that are watching, this is not an attempt to
Langdon community is watching.
not an attempt to minimize their request, but we have an overwhelming request of residents who want this project to move forward. When we have gymnastics, we have 3,000 families apply for gymnastics. As you know, Chairperson, prior to Langdon, there was no gymnastics facility in our portfolio. And so if your child wanted to do gymnastics, you had to either go out of the district or pay an absorbent cost. And I know that we've been responsive to a need, but to answer your question, I do not know how to stop a project.
Got you. Okay. I think I don't know if they don't not want gymnastics. I think they just want more than just gymnastics.
There's more than just gymnastics happening. And
I think there's some people who don't want it.
I'll also tell you why Langdon was chosen. Langdon was chosen because it did not have a lot of footprint during the day.
Gotcha.
There were not a lot of people coming to Langdon. That's why it was chosen. In addition to the proximity it is to Turkey Thicket and Edgewood, Harry Thomas, Ward 5 has robust, large sites. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Well, if you could just work with the community some more, it sounds like there was a lot of people who testified. One lady, this was the first time she ever testified. She lives across the street, so she felt very passionately.
Yeah.
So I think if there could be some more community conversations and some compromise or something that can come out of it.
Absolutely. I just want to also
100%.
respond to one thing that I heard the community speak about. They kept saying that there was $2 million that was missing. There was not $2 million that was missing. That funding was already expended on the park. And so on the Chuck Brown Park. So I just wanted to make sure that the community understands that there's no money missing from the project.
Okay. And then last thing on the playgrounds, if you all could let us know just the are we correct in seeing that there's a decrease in funding for playground equipment?
There is in this fiscal year's budget, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so based on that, can you all provide the list of priority playgrounds after having a conversation with ODR in hopes that ADA compliance issues would be prioritized as far as what changes need to happen
Yes,
at
ma'am.
which playgrounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then safety, ADA and safety issues, right, where we have gates missing and taller playgrounds, things of that
Absolutely.
nature. If you could do that, that would be great. Okay. Let me see. I think we're done. All right. Director, many of my colleagues have introduced several pieces of legislation that impact DPR. There has been a consistent ask for some of those pieces of some of those policies to be included in this year's budget to be implemented. My ask is between now and when we finalize this budget, if you all could work with me and my team at identifying what things are practically able to be both funded and implemented. We would appreciate that because we've been given that very large task from the entire body of the council.
We appreciate the vote of confidence. And to answer your question, yes.
Okay. With that, I will give you the last word and we will close out.
Thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser for appointing me to this position. It has been everything that I've imagined and more. We have served at the highest level, and her commitment to ensuring that district residents not only have an infrastructure, but robust programming speaks volumes. Every year, our programs, the numbers have gotten larger and larger, from 8,000 to Fresh Start 5K to 10,000 at Her Story. All initiatives that were started and now have become staples in the community. So I'm truly grateful for that and the opportunity. Deputy Mayor Paul Kine, City Administrator Kevin Donahue for just being champions of the work and the budget to ensure that DPR has everything as we answer the calls of the community. Additionally, I'd like to thank our partner agencies at DOH who inspect our polls and make sure that they're able to open, to Octo who ensures that we have working phone lines and technology, to DACL, to One's office, Latoya Foster, and of course, our partner in all of this, most of this work, Director Hunter and his team. I have to give kudos to my amazing team, the Deputy Directors Rogers, Coates, Washington, Williams, Chief of Staff Gina Toppin, Chiefs Johnson, Herring, Watts, James Washington, I'm sorry, Terrence James, Britt Cisco. It's a lot of people. Hannah, our amazing AFO, Rosemarie Chiwa, who finds a yes for us when it looks bleak and we don't know where we're about to get this money from. But we have great problems to solve for. The community wants more. And the managers, I want to thank all of the managers and most importantly, the employees at DPR who come to work and show up passionately to serve the community. You can walk into any of our recreation centers and as the team say, they make our young people feel safe. And thank you, Chair and Sebastian and your team for always willing to work with us, even when we don't always agree. But I think that's the things that strengthen and make us grow. And last but not least, Hannah Baker. Thank you so much for who you are. Amy Kaspari, our General Counsel, who is leaving us, and she has kept us out the paper and making sure we're operating. She's the little engine that could, and on camp you will find her. And Nolan. We work really hard, and I know that this matters to people when the director is acknowledging you publicly, and so I don't take any of this work lightly, and we cannot do it without. So thank you for obliging us. I want to make sure that I thank all of my people, Leslie Long in HR, Is that everybody? Mike Tucker, our comms team. We got the best comms team in the city, and you know it. And so we close out.
Thank you so much. It is 2:55 PM. This concludes today's budget oversight hearing for the Department of General Services and Departments of Park and Recreation Government. Witnesses only. Residents are reminded they can still submit testimony for the official record by 5 PM on Monday, May 11th, by uploading your testimony to the Council Hearing Management System or emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. With that, this hearing is adjourned.
You.